Bruh. conclude.
Hello? You hear me now? Hello? Oh my god, I was even singing all this time. Oh my god. I was singing Dandelions all this time. Oh my goodness. Damn, you missed it. Hi everyone. Hi Cuckoo. Oh my god. Hi. How is you? Also, hi Kaden. Thank you for stopping by. And yes, we will force Lunar to bring back the jump scare mode. I invited him for a Ready or Not collab for today, but he said, nah, I want to play Pogo. And also, like, the homies, like, are, like, ranking on Siege. And I'm like, damn, I rarely invite you, man. But yeah, it's okay. It's Gluner. It is what it is. So, that do be Gluner. So, I just invited a different group of friends. So we will be playing later with Nicole, not Nicole. We'll be playing later with Rose, Papaya, Doc, and Zaroj. So yes, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna like enjoy having fun being a police officer, I guess. Also, thank you, Miss, for stopping by. I appreciate it. I saw you earlier as well in Edos, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Miss. Hi. How is everyone? Aw, thank you, Cuckoo. You feel so welcome. Of course, you're always welcome here. Yes, you're always welcome here. Everyone's always welcome here. Okay, okay, okay. um, okay. Scuff never fades. I guess I started the stream again, muted. Fuck. But yeah, it'll be like that, I guess. Okay. Oh. Oh my God! You could Lily will stream too. Oh man. Fine, fine. But yeah, we will be playing police brutality simulator later. I'm so gonna bonk Zoro. I swear, if I see Zoro, I'm a bit no no Kirby no no don't eat me. Oh my god! If don't fucking hear it again. What the fuck is wrong with me, huh? Why do I don't hear Tangia again? What? I swear, every time, every fucking time, man. Every fucking time I don't hear my stuff. What is wrong with you? Tony? What is wrong with you? Wait, let me see if I can hear it now. Let's do a basic wassel. Oh fuck, I still don't hear it. Why is it like this, man? Why is it like this? Is it this one? I'm not sure. The the croissant. Let's do another croissant. I still don't fucking hear it. The scuff, man, the scuff. What about now? What about now? I updated it. I updated it. I still don't fucking hear it. No. I'm dying, man. I'm dying. I swear. What if I put. Oh shit. I hear myself. I can hear myself now. I swear. Um, this one. And then. Why am I like this, man? Why am I here? Just to suffer. Oh my god. This shit worked okay, man. This shit okay. This shit okay. This shit okay. Okay. What about this? What about this one? What about this shit? Okay. This and then this. I guaso again. I don't still fucking hear it. No. What the heck is wrong? Why? What did I do to you, man? What did I do to you? This. Uh, I guess I just gotta do it like one by one again. Fuck this shit, man. Fuck this shit.
Hi Nachi, hallo.
Hello. Wait, do I hear everything now? I still don't hear the croissant. What about the Tangia ones? Let's do a sniffer. I still don't hear those. I don't hear the stream alerts and the Tangia one, but I hear the mix it up. Huh. 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 What is wrong with you? Hmm. Uh, tech support. No K tech support, please. Bye. Help me. I need help. It says monitor and output. So I should be able to hear it on the output, right? So if I go for the output, the audio output, I guess? No? No? On the audio? Huh? My choices are NVIDIA Broadcast, Realtek Audio. I thought if I select NVIDIA Broadcast, it would be okay. Like, bruh. Blizzard should be.
Lizard, lizard,
Oh,
lizard, lizard,
why?
lizard, lizard, lizard,
Do you
lizard,
hear it
lizard.
though? Can someone confirm if you hear it whenever I redeem stuff? Me when I struggle? Fuck, man. Let me open my stream on my browser. Hold on. I don't hear it. Wait, do you hear me still? What about now? Oh, okay. So you hear me, but you don't hear the. Able to do the croissant. Yes. So the my problem is that I don't hear it on my end. I don't hear it on my end. That's the problem. Hmm. It was working before though. I don't know what's wrong. Damn it. Hmm. Hmm. Is muted anywhere on your side? No. And I uninstalled the mixer from yesterday. So because it was a pain and now it's this one's giving me a pain to set up it back. Uh, uh, Still don't hear it. God damn the scuff. Fucking hate my scuff, man. It's also I don't hear. What to do? What to do? What to do? So, where is the problem? Hmm. Why? Why? What to do? What to do? What to do? Hmm. What if I add this? This one. Will it work this time? I don't know. Let me see. Checking right now. Croissant. Ah, I still don't fucking hear it. God damn it. What is wrong with you? You didn't hear it as well? Oh my goodness. What's happening? I have no idea what's happening. Bruh. Okay.
lizard,
Lizard,
lizard, lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard,
lizard.
lizard, lizard.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't hear the lizard on my end, but I know it was playing, so I don't know, I want to hear it though, because the reason I put those redeems is because I like those redeems. I like hearing those redeems. Is the sound set to go to your headset from the mixer? On my PC, it is defaulted to my headset. And on NVIDIA broadcast, it is set to my headset as well as default. And on OBS, I set it as default as well, but it's not working. I said it's NVIDIA broadcast, but you said you don't hear it. What about now? No. Fuck. Oh my god. At this point, I'm just gonna try everything like and make it work. I have no idea how this will work. Like, I don't hear myself. Man. Huh. Oh, I can hear myself. I could hear myself. I could. Croissant. It's still not. Why? The fuck? What did I do? Man, come on. I'm struggling. Hmm. If I if I put it like this, it stops. If I put it on Nvidia, I hear myself, but I don't hear. The fucking what's wrong? Man, everything's good. Man, I still don't hear. Ah, fuck. Oh my. Wait, is it on me or on Sanji? Hmm. Hmm. Ah, this sucks, man. This word okay. This word okay. Hmm. Let me search this shit. I'll Google it. I'll Google it. Monitor means you hear it. Output means the stream hears it. Set your monitoring device in OBS. Step 1 didn't work. OBS doesn't know which headphones to send monitor sound to. Okay. So, if I set this one, does that mean I can hear it now? Everything? Can I try? I don't hear myself though. I still don't hear it. I don't know what's wrong. Select monitoring device to default. It's already a default. Ah, hmm. Sound settings. Volume mixer. Hmm. The scuff is real. Oh my god. I'm troubleshooting for what? 1 hour. What? And my food is cold now. Oh man. Hmm. Every day I'm struggling. Hmm. So, oh my god. What did I do to you? Where the fuck? Who the fuck is spamming me? Where's that coming from? What? Where?
Your mom's car.
I still don't hear it. Fuck. I hear myself, but I don't hear. Ah, this stuff is cuffed. I might go forward with not hearing it. Just so fuck. So tired of. I'm so tired of troubleshooting stuff. Can I not? Can I not? Can I not, please? Every stream, man. Every stream. Every stream. Every fucking stream, man.
Lizard,
I
lizard,
don't hear
lizard,
you now.
lizard, 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 lizard.
Does it play back even on my mic? What? Well, I guess it do feel like that. I won't hear any Tangia or Stream Alert stuff. I won't be able to react properly.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't hear it. I wanted to hear it though. You know what? You know what? Fuck this shit, Ama. put this as my mic. Here as well in the settings. It's gonna be both in media, filters, show properties. Wait, let me check. Okay, I hear myself. Um,
Your mom's car.
oh, finally, I can hear it. Oh my god. Okay. I will not meddle with the VB cable anymore. Fuck that shit, man. That shit is so fucked up. Okay. I can finally, I can finally hear it. Fuck VB cable, man. Fuck VB cable. Okay. I can finally yap with everyone. And like, scuff is done. The scuff is gone. Hi. So tired now. I got drained from like troubleshooting that shit, man. How is everyone? Okay. How is everyone? Come on, come on. Let me know, let me know. What's the secret? What's the secret? What's the stuff today? What's the tea? What's the tea? Tell me what's the tea for today? Hmm? Hmm? Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Wait. Let me put on some wings. Chicken wing, chicken wing. Yes. Hello. Hi. Hello. How are you? I'm under the water. Please help me. I'm drowning.
Hello, hello. What's up?
Is that the GT? Oh my goodness. Yes. Hi, good, good. Yes, yes. I'm just so fed up, man. Scuff. I hate them scuff. But yeah, it will be like that. You know what? You know what? You know what? Let's do one song, you know. Well, we're chilling, right? The collab is in 2 hours. What wrong will happen, right? What wrong will happen? I'm gonna sing a few songs and then I'll probably go a different game. And then we go to the collab. Is that a good idea? I don't know. Honestly, I'm so sad. So fucking tired with the scuff. The audio scuff. I hate my audio scuff. Fuck the VB cable. Fuck the voice meter. I have no idea how this fucking mixers work. The mixer, all this stupid stuff, man. I'm too fossil to do this stuff, man. I swear. Okay, I'm opening up. Opening up Star Maker. We're not. Oh, thank you, Cuckoo, for the help. I'm poor indeed, very broke. So if you're, if anyone has spare money, please. I have a home electrical rewiring fund going. I need the months. I need the 1,000 to rewire my stuff. My wirings at home. I'm just lucky that my PC doesn't fuck up on me while streaming. I don't know. But hopefully it'll stay the same, you know. It's hard, man. It's hard. Okay, how do I do that again? This YouTube Studio. Hmm. Okay. Let me see if this will play. Ah, yeah, it does. Hell yeah. No, 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 no. I didn't mean it that way. The filter, I mean. Yeah. Filter. Filter time. Okay. This one here. Then let me put on some microphone again. Uh, All this movie on. Toxic from the start. Then we ran out pieces in the dark. When you met my friends, didn't even try with them. You should have known it, though. Jealous of possessive, so manipulating, honestly impressive. You had me participating back then when I was running out of your place. I said I never wanna see your face, a man. Couldn't wait to see it again. We were toxic till the end. Cause even when I said it was over, you heard. Maybe you could pull me in closer, you were plotting how to stay in my head. We were toxic in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, sent you? Yes. His favorite game is chess. Who would ever guess? Playing in the pieces in my chest. Now he's on the screen saying, don't leave. You're so that line with me, cause you're just so possessive, so manipulating, honestly impressive. You had me participating back then when I was running out of your place. I said I never wanna see your face. I meant I couldn't wait to see it again. We were toxic till the end. Cause even when I said it was over, you heard. Baby, can you pull me in closer? You were wanting how to stay in my head. We were toxic till the end. And I can't forgive you for all of the things, for not giving my grandma Tiffany rings. I'll never forgive you for wanting my dear. You wasted my prettiest years. Back then, when I was running out of your place, I said, I never wanna see your face. I meant I couldn't wait to see it again. We were toxic, cause even when I said it was over, you heard. Baby, can you pull me in closer? You were plotting how to stay in my head. We were toxic in the end. And we were toxic till the end. And yeah, okay, that's one. I want to relieve my stress. Let me sing. Stop the ads. Fucking ads, man. Let me out of this ads. Let me out. Hmm. Let's do a Sabrina Carpenter next. I am so fucking so fucking stressed today. Let me sing. Wait, let me start again. Child is like, bruh. Why am I surrounded with man childs? Fuck. Just kidding. Hi, Zoinks. Good afternoon.
Your mom's car.
Your mom's car. Oh, I want to sing this because I. No, not this one. This one. I want to sing this version. I'm just gonna sing to while waiting for the collab, I guess. But if I get if I get if I got yes. Oh my god, I'm lost for words. Oh my god, what's happening to me? I'm just like, it's just so fucked up, man. Uh, was watching Fear in season 2, so I had to do that first. Yeah, understandable things. Yeah, that's okay. Welcome, welcome. How are you today? Saw you on Eros. So yeah. Okay, let's do this song. I just want to say I'm just so stressed. Man Child's fucking Freddy, and then Freddy Fazbear. I mean, Man Child's fucking Freddy Fazbear. The scuff, my microphone scuff on stream. I was troubleshooting for 1 hour, one long fucking hour. I swear. I swear, I'm so fucked up. I'm so fed up, man. Today been chill. I'm in the zone after watching Fear and Doubt. That's good. That's good. Okay, I want to sing this because I watched The Greatest Showman yesterday. Was it yesterday? Done last night. The other night. um, and it was a good one. I remembered all the songs again. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta sing it. I want to sing it. Okay. I close my eyes and I can see the world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night a lying man, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we design. 'Cause every night a lying man, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along to the world you see. To the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams, that's all it's gonna take. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams, that's all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. Thank you. Oh, I didn't set it as 20, so don't use it. Save it, Zoink. Save it if you want to save it. I just want to blow off some steam. That's why I'm singing. I've already told this some how many times already before, but yeah, like yes, like I just want to sing when I'm so stressed. No, hi bat. Is that the bat? Sing this. Which one? Which one? What am I gonna sing? What am I gonna sing? What is your request? What is your request? No! You want me to sniffer? You want me to sniffer on reverb? That's crazy. But if that is your wish, I shall give you the sniffer with reverb. I sniffer. On reverb. You wanted me to do that. I don't know if that's what you wanted me to do. I haven't started Freerun, honestly. I wanted to start Freerun. Maybe I'll start it later when I'm watching it with love or something. I got an anime buddy. I wanted someone to watch anime with. So, like, yeah, I found an anime buddy. I'm happy. Okay. I was just saying sniffer, but that was way better. Okay. Yeah, you asked for a sniffer, but I added reverb to it. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. I remember now. One day we can do that again. Yeah, one day. I wanna watch Viren. Okay, let's go. Oh, I've turned on my reverb. I forgot. Okay, let's sing. Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband. 'Cause you're my Iron Man. And I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance. 'Cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood Hollywood movie. There in your heart. I don't know this part. uh, I just wanted to sing that part, like. Maybe take my hand and I wanna and I'll love you 3,000. Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burp. Hmm. Is this what I know? What? What? Wait. Hold on. Oh my god, I just want to do this part. I just want to do the first part. Wait, let me start. Let me restart that shit. Oh, okay. Oh, there's like okay. Oh, ow, my my throat. Ow. Hell, bloating. Oh no, down with the sickness, yeah. I forgot the tone of this. It's slowly changing in me. Will you, my own reflection, and sudden changes. There's no turning back now. Oh my god, I forgot the tone in me. Get up, come on out with the sickness. Get up, come on down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your head and let it flow into me. Let's stop the shit. I don't know the whole song. I just wanted the oh, oh my god. Ow, my throat. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, this one, Joints, you're gonna like it. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. I don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes, caught in an undertow, just caught in the undertow. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All we want to do is be more like this and be less less like you. Can't you see that you're smothering me? Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. Yeah, I just realized that. I'm sorry. I will. I've been doing all those song a cappella all this time. I didn't know. Me. Fuck me. Okay, let me do this. Okay, let me repeat it. Okay. Tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. I don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes, every step that I take is another mistake to you. Become so numb, I can feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. By becoming this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Can't you see that you're smothering me? Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. Is everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I become so numb, I can feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. And I know I may end up failing too. You're just like me with someone disappointed in you. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. By becoming this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Become so numb, I can feel you there. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Hell yeah. Oh my god. That was so good. Let me repeat it. Okay. Oh, I told you don't redeem it if it's too expensive. Hmm. 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 I want to sing a lot more. Hold on. Now that deserves an applause going into it. Thank you. Rock full of the clips. Hi, Marcus. Oh my god. Hi. Oh my god. Yeah, vibing. Hi. Oh my god. And there's a stinky potato. Ew. Hi, stinky potato. Good evening. What you doing? I'm just relieving stress. This is not a karaoke stream, I swear. I'm I'm trying to relieve stress because I'm so stressed today. There's a fucking man child named Freddy Fazbear, and like fucking jump scared me. And then like at the start of the stream my audio is fucked again because I uninstalled the voice meter app, the mixer that I used yesterday, and I was troubleshooting it alone for an hour before I made it work. And now, oh my god, I was just so stressed. My mouth is still hurting because of the tongue sore that I have, and it keeps on hitting. And I don't care if it hurts. I just wanna sing. I just wanna fucking sing because I am so fucking stressed. I'm so pissed off. Will shoot a lot of things to reduce your stress. You got any cream? Why would I put a cream in my tongue? Lizard, 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 lizard. So yeah, I'm just relieving stress. I used to sing a lot when I'm very stressed. So this is my way of venting out. When I can't vent out my feelings, I just sing. I just sing out my heart, and I'm gonna be okay after that. Okay, I'm gonna sing a Kajiura Yuki one. So, oh, what? What did it? Huh? Repeat. In my forgotten voice that sleep, you and I were resting close in peace. Was it just a dreaming of my heart? Now I'm crying, don't know why. Where do all the tears come from to my eyes? Could no one ever dry up the spring? If you find me crying in the dark, please call my name from the heart. Sing with me a tiny autumn song with the melodies of the days gone by. Dress my body all in flowers white, so no mortal eye can see. Where have all my memories gone? Should I roam again up yonder hill? I can never rest my soul until you call my name. You call my name from the heart. Fuck you, Zaro. Why did you? It helps with articulation for singing. It's crazy. Wall scam. Okay, fine. I'll remove it. Oh shit! No, I didn't mean to do that. What? I removed it. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Honestly, let's stop this shit because this is 5 minutes long. Wanna sing a different? I wanna sing a lot of songs. uh, let's do a Japanese song. I want to do a Japanese song. Which one? Which one though? Hmm. 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 What Japanese song? Let me check my. Let me check my history. Let me check my history. Hmm. Oh, this is a classic. Fuck, it's not in Romaji. Fuck. What about this one? This one, okay, okay. I hope it. Oh, it's a short one. Okay, okay. I guess I could do that. So let's go for Guilty Crown. What songs you gonna sing? I don't know. Whatever I see that I want to sing in the app, that's it. So everything that makes you whole, 今君に捧げよう. I'm yours. Ne, どの孤独痛みを私は知っている So everything that makes me whole 今君に捧げよう. Yeah, that's an anime short version. Well, well, Super Soul is a good one, honestly. Wanna do a Kotoko one. Fuck, it's not in Omaji. Come on, bruh. Make it in. Make this man. Please. It's also not. Why is it not in Omaji, man? Hmm. What about this one? Oh, fuck, it's also in Japanese characters. Fuck. Damn. Fine, 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 fine. I'll just search for the Romaji in the internet. Fine. Light my fire. Was it Light My Fire that I like? There we go. Why does it? It sounds like, oh my god, hold on. Oh my god, I want the original. Oh, this one sounds like it. Yes, this is the. 今解き放て秘めた思いを Oh shit, I'm not on reverb 振り返る現実断ち切るために、運命が刻んだとしたって Nobody can predict what will happen 必死に抗ってくんだその瞳に映した勝手にじゃるあなたは存在叫び、君に聞こえるまでそこからは何が見える Light my fire It was great even without reverb. Shows your vocal control. Really? Let's see. I'm scuffed though. Okay, listen. I want to do another Kotoko song. Hold on. I'm not gonna finish some songs because I just wanna have fun. Pew! Why? Why are you shooting me, man? Yeah, have fun. No. Fuck you, Zoro. No, fuck you. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you. Wrote up. Wrote up. Fuck you, Zoro. Because you talk smack about yourself? No, fuck you. No, fuck you. Wrote up. Stupid potato. Okay, this one. Oh shit. Are you shitting me? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Next song. Oh, hi Mars. Hi. Hello, hello. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. I'm just Is that the cosmic high Cosmic? Oh my god, you're late. Also, what the fuck? No one has gotten the first yet? Has no one gotten the first yet? Really? I don't know. You were late, but you still got the first. That's crazy, Cosmic. Now you got more to gamble. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's do some Sword Art Online song. I've been listening to this for quite some time already. No, 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 not this one. Eunice Sword Art Online. Ah. Hmm. Was it Saya Kakanda? Yeah, I think so. Oh my god, thankfully it's in Romaji. Oh my god, I don't need to do this. At least I got this badge. Yeah. Flexing his top one. Okay, here we go. I don't know what's wrong. Hold on, let me check. Okay. Oh my god. I fucking hear myself. Hi. Oh my god. Hi. 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 This one? Maybe? This one? Do I. Am I. There's nothing. The filters. Okay. Hmm? Huh? Huh? What? Maybe Twitch. Dying for me. I don't know. Hold on. Expander. Maybe it's not my expander. My filter. Hold on. Then this. Yeah. Maybe this one. And then I'll just increase output gain to this. Imagine setting up stuff on your OBS while live. Yeah, that's us. Okay. Um, how do I set up compressor again? Oh, yes. Oh my god. Why is this my life? Oh my god. Damn. God damn. God damn. Okay. I'll do the -10 as well. And then I think I'm okay with that. Maybe? Question mark? Okay. Uh, this one. So if I speak like this, it's okay. But if I, oh fuck, that was loud. If I shout, okay. Got it. I got it. Okay. And then I'll delimiter. I'll put it at 3 instead. What about now? I hope it's not like that again. Okay. Properties. Monitor off. Okay. We'll see how the settings work. Let me know if you still don't hear me much. Let's do another song so we can test it out. Fuck this mic stuff. I'm still. Fuck. Hmm. Hmm. Another Sword Art Online song. Let's see. Oh fuck, it's not in Romaji. Let's find another song that is in Romaji. This one. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god, I can't reach it. What the fuck? I'm struggling. 涙のぬくもりで優しさを知ったはずなのにどうしてまた傷つけ合って憎しみを生み出してゆくだろうきしみよの痛み知ったその強さがいつか未来を優しく包むなら迷わずに今純誰かの世界をその手で立ち放って赤い涙で覆われた悲しみをそのそっと抱きしめて練り響いた衝動が初めの音に変わるようにLet me see. I'll clip it and then we'll check. We'll check, okay? I'll check what it looks like on the clip. I'll clip it and then check how it goes. Microphone scuff. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Just what the fuck, man? Okay, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my god, my fucking voice sucks. What the fuck is wrong with my equalizer? What the fuck? Do I have to turn it down? I think I have to turn it down. I'm turning it down right now. Hold on, I don't hear myself. Fuck. Okay. I was peeking. It was peeking. Hold on. This one? Maybe? This one? Huh? I got a noise. Okay. Maybe? It's an NVIDIA audio effect. A noise. Okay. Picking and notes that are too low. Yeah. I have expander and compressor. Uh it's on my mixer for OBS. Yeah. I think hmm, this one? Maybe this one. Okay. I'll try this one. I'll try this one. How about the static? Oh my god. The static. Oh my god. Okay. How about this? It's very realistic. It's very realistic. It's very realistic. Okay. But it gives like the static. Oh my god. 22. I guess 20, 23. Low tones. We're good now. Yeah, maybe. Hold on. What about now? What about now? Is it? Is it still? Hmm? Hmm? It was good. Okay. Okay. It's realistic. Cause the end of your sentence. No, it was me. When I hear myself, I'm I get distracted. It's realistic. Okay. For the compressor, I'm not sure. Hold on, no. Hold on, hold on, no, no, no. Uh, why? Why is my life, man? Why? 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 I don't why? I don't why? It's realistic. It's realistic. So this one, yeah, maybe question mark. Okay, 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 okay. Then I'll just put the limiter. Yeah. Okay. Do I sound okay? Switchboard that help my. Oh no. Yeah, it sucks. Switchboard is never okay. Okay. Now I can't hear myself. I can yeah properly. Also, who DM me? Oh, it was Doug. Oh my god! Hi, Doug. Oh my god, hi, Doug. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Okay. Okay. Like, I can't gift and you send me a link to a wallet which I have nothing in. What? Aw. It's okay. It's okay, nephew. Who are you planning to gift? Huh? 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 Tutok, tutok. Also, why am I not in streamer mode? I don't. Uh huh. Where's my streamer mode on? Okay, there we go. We have a streamer. Okay. I may be cooked. No, it's okay. Oh, there's ad break. I'll wait for y'all. Also, while we're doing ad break, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee. Okay, okay, okay. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I love y'all. Mwah. Fuck this shit, man. Boom, 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 baya. Welcome back. Thank you, Zoinks. I'm back. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh. La, 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 la. Yep. Let's go. Ooh, let's go. Ooh. Okay. Fuck, no. We still have 30 minutes before the collab. We'll just chill. We'll just chill and sing. Okay. Wait, do I know this song? Okay, let's do English. We've been doing Japanese for quite some time. I thought that I've been hurt before, but no one's ever left me quite this sore. Oh my god, that's deep. Your words got deeper than a knife. Now I need someone to bring me back to life. Oh my god. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. I'm shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I've been needing stitches. I'm tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. And now that I'm without your kisses, I've been needing stitches. Let me up that with one pitch, okay? It will be higher note. Just like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh my god, this is better. Oh, you lured me and I couldn't sense the pain. Oh, it's still low, but I can. Your bitter heart cold to the touch. Now I'm gonna reap what I saw. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. I'm shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. I'm tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Little thread, gonna get you out of my head. Gonna wind up dead. Gonna get you out of my head. Little thread, gonna wind up dead. Little thread, gonna get you out of my head. Little thread, gonna wind up dead. Little thread, gonna get you out of my head. Get you out of my head. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. I'm shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. I'm tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. I'm without your kisses, I'm in needing stitches. My voice sucks. Let me tweak that shit again. Too much of that. Yeah, I think this is okay. Maybe. That's true. This is okay. I thought. I think so. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. You're. Okay. Okay. Fuck, I closed it. No, not this one. Okay, put the reverb there. And then. Oh. So I was, yeah, this is another The Greatest Showman song. I want to sing this, although this is very high. Okay, I don't care if my it's already 7 a.m. Everyone's awake already, so I'm sure I can do karaoke, right? I'm trying to hold my breath. Let it stay this way and let this moment end. You set off a dream with me, getting louder now, and you hear it echoing. Take my hand, will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, all the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars that we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. This hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough for me. Never, 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 never for me, for me. Never enough, never enough, never enough for me, for me, for me. All the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars that we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. This hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough for me. Never, 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 never for me, for me. Never enough, never, never, Okay, that was high as fuck. Oh my god. But man, I hope it didn't cut me. Let me know if it cut like and like while I was singing. I have no idea if it was cutting. I'll just check the VOD later. Okay. I hope I didn't blow your ears yet so far. Wait, is Fizzy here? Fizzy! Fizzy, I have a question. Fizzy. Fizzy? Also, Shadow, thank you for stopping by. Oh my god. Ah, Fizzy's here. I know it. You motherfucker, you're lurking. Fizz, I heard about the shooting in Canada. How are you? How are you? Is it near your place? What about it? Like huh? It was so bad. I've heard it from news. Like the mass shooting and stuff. Like, are you safe? Are you okay? Is it near your place? Has a culprit been caught? I have no idea. Yeah, it was yeah, it was big. Yeah, like they said it's the worst mass shooting ever in Canada, and I'm like, whoa, that's far away. Oh, that's good. That's good. You're safe. You're safe. That's good. That's good. But I feel sorry for the families that like are affected by it. It was big for Canada standards, yeah, but it's like normal for USA standards, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I just want to check in with you. I just want to check in with you if you're okay. That fact having it all is shocking, to be honest. Honestly, yeah. I mean, with what's happening recently, I mean, with all over the world, like it's bound to happen. Like if in here in the Philippines we have an assassination of a mayor that they used an RPG on the mayor's car. What else for other places, right?
Do you feel it, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with
It's
some
a
Kirkland
Kirkland
Signature
signature
Purified
purified
Water
water
using
using
code
code
Andy
Andy
Moo.
Moo. Andy Moo, thank you, love, for the hydrate. Really, oh my back, and my neck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. That was so relieving. Okay. I hydrated. Thank you for it. Also, I gotta get a spoonful of this food that I heated up again. I have soup. I only have soup. How you doing? I'm good. Just pissed off. So from the scuff that I have been like struggling with, and also from a man child named Freddy. Freddy Fazbear. Can't wait to get out of the pizzeria, man. Okay. How about you, Fizz? How are you holding up? Are you at work right now? Wait, oh no, it's Sunday there. How was your Valentine's? I haven't seen you. Were you on a date? Hey, hey, Fizzy on a date? Huh? Is that, huh? Okay, I'm gonna find my next song while I'm Okay, I have my next song. We still have a few minutes, about 20 minutes before the collab. Mm, okay, let's start the song. Putting my defenses up, cause I don't wanna fall in love. If I ever did that, I think I'd have a heart attack. Never put my love out on the line. Never said yes to the right guy. Never had trouble getting what I want. But when it comes to you, I'm never good enough. When I don't care, I can play him like a Ken doll. Won't wash my hair and make it bounce like a basketball. But you make me wanna act like a girl, paint my nails and wear high heels. Yes, you make me so nervous that I just can't hold your hand. You make me glow. Oh my god. So I'm putting my defenses up, cause I would wanna fall in love. If I ever did that, I think I'd have a heart attack. I think I'd have a heart attack. I think I'd have a heart attack. Never break a sweat for the other guys. When you come around, I get paralyzed. And every time I try to be myself, it comes out wrong like a cry for help. It's just not fair. Brings more trouble than love is worth. I gasp for air. It feels so good, but you know it hurts. Rather you make me wanna act like a girl, paint my nails and wear perfume. Yes, you make me so nervous that I just can't hold your hand. You make me glow. But I cover up, won't let it show. So I'm putting my defenses up, cause I don't wanna fall in love. If I ever did that, I think I'd have a heart attack. I think I'd have a heart attack. I think I'd have a heart attack. The feelings you're lost in my lungs, they're burning and proud to be known. If there's no one else to blame, so scared I take off and I run. I'm flying too close to the sun, and I burst into flames. But I cover up, won't let it show. So I'm putting my defenses up, cause I don't wanna fall in love. If I ever did that, I think I'd have a heart attack. I think I'd have a heart attack. I think I'd have a heart attack. Oh, I think I'd have a heart attack. I think I'd have a heart attack. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sucks. Oh my god. Anyway, next song. Next song. Hmm. You. I won't lie to you. I know he's just not right for you. Oh my god. Oh. And you can set me up, put me on your face and you say this the one that you want. And you're spending all the time in this wrong situation, and anytime you want it to stop. I know I can treat you better than he can, and any guy like you deserves a gentleman. And why are you wasting time on all your wasted crying when you should be with me instead? I know I can treat you better than he can. It's not time for you. Oh my god, it's so long. Let me put it up a little bit more. I just wanna give you the loving that you're missing, baby, just to wake up with you. Will be everything that I want to do. Cause I know I can treat you better than he can. And any girl like you deserves a gentleman. Tell me why you're wasting time on your wasted crying when you should be with me instead. I know I can treat you better than he can. Oh, better than he can. Oh, give me a sign, take my hand, we'll be fine. Promise I won't let you down. Just know that you don't have to do this alone. Promise I will never let you down. Cause I know I can treat you better than he can. And any girl like you deserves a gentleman. Tell me why are we wasting time when you should waste your time and you should be with me instead. I know I can treat you better than he can. Better than he can. Oh, better than he can. Better than he can. Better than he can. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. I've been seeing a lot of high noted songs. Oh my god. Okay. This one. How is your ear so far? How is everyone's ear so far? I hope I'm not blowing your ears. I'm just having fun. We're just chilling, you know. We're just chilling. Just chilling and then me blowing your ears. Okay. Tell myself it don't mean a thing, and what we got no hold on me. But when you're not there, I just crumble. I tell myself I don't care that much, but I feel like I feel your touch. Only love love can hurt like this. Only love can hurt like this. Must have been a deadly kiss. Only love can hurt like this. If you walked away, but every time you're there, I'm begging you to stay. When you come close, I just tremble. Every time you go, it's like a knife that cuts right through my soul. Only love can hurt like this. Only love can hurt like this. Must have been a deadly kiss. Only love can hurt like this. Only love can hurt like this. Your kisses burning to my skin. Only love can hurt like this. But it's the sweetest pain, burning high through my veins. Love is torture, makes me immortal. Only love can hurt like this. Only love can hurt like this. Must have been a deadly kiss. Only love can hurt like this. Only love can hurt like this. Your kiss is burning to my skin. Only love can hurt like this. Only love like this. Only love can hurt. Save me, only love. 'Cause only love can hurt like this. And it must have been a delicate. Ah, I gotta breathe. Also, like I've been adjusting I've been adjusting the gain every time I see on my mixer that it goes on the red. So, let me know if it's too what you call it. If it's too soft, I might say. If my voice is too soft or too low, let me know. I've been adjusting stuff on the gains of the yeah the gain of the mixer and the OBS. I'm back. How to do some stuff. Welcome back, Zoinks. Feel free to lurk and stuff. You're busy. It's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I might not be able to gift anymore. My account is bugged. Oh no. It's okay, Zoinks. As long as you can support the streamers that you like, in your own way, just clipping for them or watching them lurking and stuff. That's okay. That's part of support as well. Like, if it's Twitch that is the problem on you, you can try other ways like the donos, like if they have Throne or if they have Stream Elements or they have Kofi. Yeah, you can give them that way. Honestly, streamers would prefer that way because they get the money more. Because with Twitch, if you give the sub, they only get like a half. Get half of the money. Same with bits. Same with bits. You only get half of the money if they're only affiliate, and it only increases up until like 60% or 80% if they have a partner and it's like a level 2 or 3. I think I forgot the thingamajiggy that happens with Twitch. Well, yeah, it sucks. Twitch sucks. They take much. They take so much from the creators. From the gifts that they, yeah. Like I can't even buy anything on my account. Oh, on your bank? Oh no. Oh no. If that's the case, oh my god. I'm so sorry. Might want to talk to your bank about it. Oh, your Twitch account. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. As I said, if it doesn't work on Twitch account, there's other ways you can support the creator if you want to gift them something, either by Steam, of course, games, or yeah, as I said, dono links. Every streamer has it. Every streamer has dono links, like be it Stream Elements Throne or Sound Alerts or Ko-Fi or Patreon. There's a lot. There's a Gank. Yeah, you can support them by that way. They would appreciate it more if it's like by tips and like that because it goes directly to them. It only like gets a fee from the platform, like a fee for transferring stuff, like, and it's not as big as what Twitch gets when you gift a sub from them. Okay, okay, okay. Next song, next song. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is quite fast, but I'll try my best. All right, I'm gonna look for now. I need to practice guitar some more. Okay, okay. Have fun, have fun. Good luck with the practice. You got this, nephew. You got this. Well, imagine as a face. Oh, it's not yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well, imagine. Oh no. No, I cannot but to hear an exchanging of words. What a beautiful wedding. What a beautiful wedding. Says a bridesmaid to a waiter. But what a shame. The forever is a whore. I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn door, no, to face these kinds of things with a sense of force. Cause as a buzz of rationality, I chime in. Haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn door, no, to face these kinds of things with a tiny thing. With a sense of, well, in fact, now look at this way, I mean, technically I'm married to say. So this calls for a toast, so for the champagne. Oh, well, in fact, well, I look at this way, I'm in it technically, I'm ready to say. So this calls for the toast, so for the champagne, for the champagne. I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, no, it's much better to face this kind of things with a sense of poison rationality. I chime in, haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, no, it's much better to face this kind of things. Poison, voice, and rationality. Again, I chime in. Haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, it's much better to face this kind of things with a sense of poison rationality. I chime in. Haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, it's much better to face this kind of things with a sense of poison rationality. Again. Oh my god. Oh, it's exactly 8 a.m. Hold on, let me check with him. Hello.
Sinachi.
Is it Rose? Oh my god, they don't hear me. Oh no. Oh no.
Sinachi.
Hello? Hello?
Oh god.
Hello? What?
Almost done with setting my audience.
Hello?
Almost done. Hello.
It's okay, it's okay.
Taking me a while. Everything goes
It's
in detail on my
okay. Take your
audience.
time.
I'm gonna cry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's the rose.
Oh, I hope you didn't start the stream, right?
I'm already streaming for like
Oh
almost 3
my
hours
God.
now.
What if he farted? What if he started farting?
Who started the
Oh, yeah.
farting? Who the farting?
No,
Who the farting?
what if he was farting?
Who was
Be
the
careful how
farting?
fucking Harvey.
Oh
yeah.
no! They will hear
Oh,
you.
no.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! I will say it was
Oh,
me.
no.
If you farted, I will say it was me. Trust, it was me. I
I
sharted.
mean, daddy, now you're stinky.
No! No! Zara was gonna tease me for it. No. No. Zara will get back at me. Ah, yeah, you stinky. You stinky. The motherfucking the stinky potato. The stinky potato.
Why? 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 Are you
Bruh.
doing karaoke?
Yeah. Yeah. I've been singing for like 2 hours already.
Why
I've
don't
been
you
singing
do
for
your
2 hours
fucking
already.
obligation?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
I know why. It's the
What?
fucking bell from Twitch. I had to put it to
Oh, you have to put the
always.
bell.
Yeah.
It's okay.
The bell.
It's
The
okay.
bell, bell, bell. Ring a bell, bell,
It's
ring a bell,
okay.
bell.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fucking burp is that? I'm so sorry.
Oh? Oh?
Holy burp.
Wait, burp? Where? Huh?
I
Who burped?
burped.
Huh?
I burped
I didn't even hear you.
big.
The fool.
Oh, it was the noise. Okay, it was the Nvidia cut it off on Discord, but
Man. Sadness prevails.
sadness.
The sadness. Awawa. 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 Awawa.
Awuwa. Awuwa.
Awawa.
Awuwa.
Awawa. Huh? Huh?
Nothing.
It's real estate? Who? You jetted the hang of it.
What? What? What?
You're starting to do so much better now. So much
I'm-
better.
I'm sounding better
You're,
now.
you're becoming a professional Ratitude user.
Professional attitude. I need more practice. just doing it casually. The casual. Okay. We're still waiting for Doc, right? And then this is all Roach.
Duck and Zora.
The papaya is late, so we will wait for papaya.
It's
We
fine.
could play while papaya is not yet here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Gonna start my stream as well. Ooh, the one that's last to stream to start the stream. It's a stinker.
Not me because I started so early.
Neither me, cause I'm second. And we're not counting papaya, cause papaya had a reason to be late. So
Yeah.
that means let's see who's the stinker. Will it be?
Is Doc live
Or-
already?
Or potato?
No, Doc is already live.
Aha!
You are the stinky.
Stinky!
The potato.
Stinky!
The
I'm gonna go
stinky.
to bathroom. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
yeah,
to
yeah,
bathroom and
go.
break the toilet. I'll be back.
Yes. Okay. Break the toilet. Go for it. Oh, it's Cheng! Oh my god, hi Cheng! Hi, oh my god, good morning! Good morning, Cheng! How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you doing? How are you? How are you? How are you? Tell me, how are you? How are you? How are you? How is you? How is the you? Yeah. How is everyone? Yeah. Aw, love you only just daily today. Currently at work right now. Oh no! Oh, be safe, Chen. Be safe. Have fun at work. What are you cooking for today? What are you cooking at work today? Sure. I'm hungry. No, I have a singaw. I have a singaw sa may singaw ako sa ano sa dila ko. I have a I have a mouth sore on my tongue. And it's on the side of the tongue, so it always touches the teeth. So I'm like, it hurts, man, it hurts. No cooking for no cooking. Sad. Sad. No cooking.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with
With
some
some
Kirkland
Kirkland signature
purified
purified water
using
using
code
code ANDIMO. ANDIMO. I forgot na. No worries, love.
You shut the fuck out, bitch!
The screaming goat.
That's
Thank you.
literally love. Every single time when he's so calm with me.
Okay, I hydrated and stretched. Yeah, thank you. Mama. I have a different job
Can I
aside
eat?
from cooking. Well, what is your job? Huh? What? Rings? What
Yeah, your
rings?
wings. Yum,
Ah,
yum, yum.
wings!
Yummy.
She know you're lying. What? Love is saying you're lying.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Love is a professional stinker.
Is that true, love? I'm working at a water station. Ooh! Do you deliver or you're the one that refills them, Chang? I was actually waiting for ready or not for hours, but I guess we're just chatting for today unless I miss it. No, 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 no! It's just about to start. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wait, have you been working all this time? Welcome to the stream. But it's okay. Um, I, I set the collab at 8 a.m. my time, and it's 8:11 a.m. on my time. So it's just in time. We're just waiting for the others to join in the VC and set up their streams and stuff. Also, wait, do we have to do the collab thing on the this the shared chat? Says the smelly lobster they're feeling. Yeah, yeah, Cheng. Like you said, you work on a water station. What water station? Is it just like just like Maynilad or Manila Water or something like that, or is it like the water station like the one that sells drinking water? It's too much fertilizer to stay strong. No, I just got back actually. No, at least I'm not a lobster rotting away. Oh, damn, damn. What are you gonna say to that, love? What are you gonna say to that?
At last people fucking smell me and, plant me in pots in their house and everything. But what about you? No one's fucking eating you, you fucking rotten lobster.
A rotten lobster.
Can collude.
A the
Lobsterino, pepperino,
Paperino.
lobsterino de reverino. Hey, Nachi. Hey,
Yes,
Nachi,
yes,
Nachi,
yes,
Nachi,
yes,
Nachi,
yes.
Nachi.
Yes, 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 yes.
Let's do the
Yes.
stream together thingy. Invite
Huh?
me. The stream
Oh,
together.
the stream together. Hold on.
Not
Hold on.
yeah, not me.
Hold on. Yes. I'm opening it. I forgot. I forgore. Me forgore.
You forgot. Ayah.
I knock.
Yeah, you knocked it so hard that the door fucking fell down.
No. I invited you.
Hey, Nachi.
Where's
Hey,
dog?
Nachi.
Yes.
Nachi.
Yes.
Arara.
But Rara.
Yeah, he can blame love for that.
Oh my God, love. Wah. 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 I invited the dog.
Break his door. Break it.
Please. Okay. I'm not. What? Infesting? As a lobster? Though I'm not sure where you got. Huh? We supply drinking water for companies. Oh, the big ones. I see. Who are you with? I'm with Rose. So I'm gonna be on a collab, ready or not collab with Rose, Dog, Zaro, and Papaya. So the one that you hear right now on the VC is Rose. She's a cute. She's a cute the devil plant. The adorable Rose.
Hey,
No.
I'm not cute. I'm scary.
Scary. The scary devil plant. This name is Rose. And it's bunches one army. Oh,
you're not.
thank you. Been so long since I spoke to you. Oh my God.
Stinky.
Let's hang out once, like sometime on Discord or something. I rarely. Oh wait, do I want to stream this on? No, I'm not gonna stream this on TikTok. Wait, Zara is already in the call. I see. Oh, see. It's a stanky potato. Hi, stanky. Fuck you. Doc, accept.
Fuck you.
Doc, accept the invite.
Oh,
Doc doesn't wanna accept cheat.
hey, just break his door, grab the hammer, and bonk him. Easy.
Okay, I was sharing chat though. I don't think Nachi can hear the robo voice. Wait, I have what? Robo voice? I sound like a robot?
No.
This one.
Oh, that one? No, I hear you. Fuck you, Zoro.
Yeah, fuck
She
you, Zoro.
cute? Yes, she cute. She adorable.
No.
She's
Fuck you.
scary.
No.
She thinks
I'm
she's
scary.
scary. Love said she thinks she's scary.
Fuck you, love. My name is Love.
She's as scary as a newborn kitten.
What?
As scary as a newborn kitten. Is that the duck?
Hi,
Hi,
duck.
duck. Howdy. How
Hi,
is
duck.
you? Good morning, I guess, or good evening, whatever. I don't know what time is. It's afternoon.
7:18 p.m.
Oh, 7:18 p.m. Good
It's 7:18
evening.
p.m.
Good evening. Oh my god, I'm having an ad soon. Fuck. Also, accept the shared chat. Chato.
Chato.
The
Yeah.
share chato. Accepted. Accept.
I didn't. I just now
Accept.
got it. I just now got it. Relax, dude. You know
Accept.
what? I'm leaving.
Accept.
Fuck you guys.
No. No, dog. I still have to get some healing.
You know what?
Yeah.
Since Nachi and Zoro like each other so much, I'm gonna put Zoro on Nachi's head.
What?
There you go.
What?
The fuck?
Why are you putting the stink in? Ew. No, my head's gonna stink. Ew. Ah. Ah. No. Don't put him on top of me. Ew.
I don't want my
Disgusting.
feet to rot off.
Ew. Disgusting.
Children, get along. Children, get along. Hey!
I don't know how I sound on stream right now, bro. Hold on, let me hear myself. Am I? Oh my god.
Okay, they all heard the Discord? Okay,
Fuck.
yeah, shall be able to hear.
Can't find
Okay.
any public lobbies.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll probably not find any public lobbies in
Okay.
where you're not, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh my
Maybe.
god! 15 stream
Okay.
streak!
Damn.
Actually.
That's crazy. Yeah.
What are you struggling about there,
I
buddy?
think you
What's going
sound
on?
fine on stream. Really? I don't think so. Oh my god. Why am I like that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'll just leave it like now.
So who's
No.
who's hosting?
Not me.
Someone from Europe.
From Europe.
Okay. From Europe. Alright. Who's from Europe? Oh,
You and
wait, I'm
Zoro.
from Europe.
Doc.
It's
or
either
Nachi
the-
will.
No, if it's me, all of you are gonna suffer with the bad ping. If it's in Europe, at least like all of us, like it's in the middle, you know. Let's meet in the middle. I'm the only one in Asia here. Later, when Papaya joins, it's gonna be like, yeah, you know.
That'd be messy. Damn, that's struggle, man. Might just have to do a little trim.
But isn't your is angry your yeah.
No, Nachi, I didn't know.
Yeah.
What sentence are you talking about?
I was he the IRL friend you told me before?
What?
Was it him
What?
or no? The IRL friend. your
No,
your real
I-
friend, like your real life friend or
Oh,
something.
yeah, he's one of my best friends. Yeah,
Oh, hi angry.
he's one of my best friends. We've never
Angry.
met in person, but he's one of my best friends.
I see.
Oh
I
my
see.
god.
Angry, angry.
Oh my god.
Why, Doc? Why, Doc? Angry. Why, Doc?
What the fuck? What do you mean? Why me?
Why did you choose Doc to be your
One
friend?
day.
Why?
Yeah, one day.
What happened? How did it happen?
Oh, like how did we become best friends?
Yeah.
Fuck. How did we meet, Frost? It was through a Gary's Mod server, right? We were targeting
Oh, the Gmod.
the Gmod zombie RP. Yeah, that's it. We talked about actually doing like a Half-Life 2. Well, I would say Half-Life 2, but it was like this zombie RP on Gary's Mod. Like we opened the server and we got some people in there, and we started like rapping off ideas left and right, and basically we just kind of like grew into being friends because we had a lot in common, and we just
Oh god.
it was just super fun.
Oh. Oh,
And then we've been friends. We've been friends since, dude. When was that, man? Like back in
back
like
in my day.
2017, 2018.
Damn, that's long. Yeah. Oh my god. Almost a
2018,
decade now.
2019. Yeah, 2017-ish. Yeah. Yeah, we've been friends for a long time.
Damn. That's long. Yeah. A long time.
Oh yeah, I can't ask for a better best friend. The boys who I call the group I hang out with, they're family.
Aww,
I love them to bits.
that's nice. Wha- wha-
I guess I can host. I can
You can
try
help.
to host.
Thank you.
I can host. Yeah.
Yay! Thank you, Stock.
We already joined you.
Oh, I was in that one. If you join. That's the
Wait, hold on. Let me
Random
set up the
person is
gaming.
here.
Oh, what?
person who joined. Hang on,
Oh,
let me see.
are you sure there's
Oh,
a
it's Frost.
lobby?
It's
Oh, it's
Frost.
Frost.
Yeah, it's Frost.
Ah,
Is there room? I mean, Papaya's not. It's up to you guys. Would you guys be okay if Frost was here? He can take Papaya's place until Papaya gets on.
yeah, I could.
If
I
not,
mean,
then
I
if,
guess.
I say if
for me, I'm
if-
okay.
I said if not, he can leave. He's fine with that. But I didn't know he'd join until Zoro said something. Or all of
Okay.
you.
Yeah, for me, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
He's not a bad guy. He's a great guy. He loves Ready or Not just like the rest of us. So
Is he a sweat? Is he a big sweat?
no, he's not.
I
Does
guess
he take
it's
it
fine
seriously?
this time, but a heads up
This
is
time.
appreciated.
Yeah, of course. I didn't know.
Eh?
Fuck you, Zoro.
He's not a sweat.
Okay.
He's just good at the game. he's just really good at the game.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, he's gonna carry us? Dang.
Oh, what the fuck?
He might actually carry. I don't know. Me and him we've kicked ass in some certain places.
No, it's fun. It's okay. Just, you don't need to leave. There's no reason for you to leave. Don't know where to put my chest so I can read it, man. Fix. I'm just gonna put everything on now. Let's see how it is.
Oh,
Let's see which one we'll do first. This is Rose's first time like playing though, isn't it?
Yeah.
oh my god, it's gonna be fun.
Maybe we should do the gas station to start with.
Let's can you show Zoro?
Rose, follow me.
oh, you gotta help her with the loadout. I'm loading in the
We
game.
gotta
Oh shit,
gotta
set
find
game.
right
Set
gas.
game,
You first have
ready
fun, then
or
load out.
not.
Eh?
There we go.
Do you see that, Nachi?
We did-
It's time to hydrate,
Hydrate
with some
again?
Kirkland signature purified water using code NDMOO.
Thank you, love, for the hydrated stretch.
Should I
My
go
back.
Revolver Gaming or
Hmm?
choose a different gun?
Go in there and shoot the innocent civilian.
Oh, are we gonna
okay.
do? Are we gonna do No Mercy?
What, there was options?
well, there's a sweat option where you want to perfect it. and stuff. And also, there's an option to like.
Rose,
Also, it's fucking loud. What?
You bitch!
This is loud. This is loud.
We'll do no
Click
mercy.
this.
It'll just be easier.
Like shoot everything. We don't care about the points.
Well, that's not what that's not my mean.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
Shoot
I
the
see.
bad, shoot the bad guys. Keep the city.
Ah, okay, okay.
I'll go. with
Yeah,
that.
just shoot the bad guys. Yeah, I think that's easier
Eh.
for girls. Yeah, I agree.
Where- Where is Rose? She down in the training facility? Huh?
She's testing it yet. Like, my
she shot a civilian.
she shot the civilian, the bald one on the basement. Okay.
Yeah, fuck him. He reminds me
Oh,
of
that
Zoro.
guy?
Oh, hi papaya.
You are being actively monitored.
Where's the
I
papaya?
didn't even finish telling
Papaya!
her and she stole his owl.
Hey, papaya. Okay, in terms of like seriousness though, like when he responds, you want to hit F to tell him to get down, and if he doesn't, then you just pop him
Oh,
because he'll try to
look,
kill you.
I
Is it
saw
okay on my
I'm
stream?
trying to
Or
push
is
the
it okay?
circles.
Oh yeah.
I don't have the right.
I'm sorry. No, it's okay, papaya. Are you home already, Paya?
Tag him and keep moving.
It's updating.
Are you,
Okay, okay.
home?
An easy place to
You
work.
can join the VC while we're.
Take it from someone who's been here far too long. Everything you're feeling, I feel it too. I'd be more.
I'll be there in a bit.
concerned if you were
Okay.
affected by it
Is
all.
that the
What do you
50
mean?
cal handgun?
I mean, the city is changing, and nobody really knows how or why. And that's
Yes,
a very overwhelming concept. It's the
Based.
nature of the beast.
Based.
Cities like Los Sueños, they're a living entity. Right now, she's angry. And it's our job to do the best we can to keep everything in check until she settles down again.
Yeah.
if they
Thanks,
resist,
Doc.
they lose their soul and
I can do this.
50% of
There's
their
no
body.
doubt in my mind.
Watch your fire.
True.
Hey Zara, can you come here a bit?
Enemy, never know.
Can you
My
tell me what,
family is
what's
for
that,
strong.
Zara?
You know that's a pepper ball gun, right?
What?
A what?
A pepper ball gun.
Pepper
Okay.
ball.
Papaya.
What does that
It
mean?
just smells.
Oh my god. It's basically like a. It's basically a propellant that stuns enemies. Doesn't really kill them.
It's like pepper spray.
But in a
Oh
ball
my god, so
form.
you have a shit one?
I mean, it's good for a non-lethal run, but in terms of like you wanting an
I want
actual
lethal.
gun, you should probably put on a
Hello,
gun.
hello,
Hello.
Hello, papaya.
hello.
Hi. I'm good.
Hi there.
Hello.
Got him.
Just hi there. It's crazy.
I got him.
Hi there.
Hi there.
How was your day, papaya?
It was good. Long and yeah. Not much. How's you
Long
guys?
and
Hi,
good.
Rosie. Hi.
Long and
Welcome,
good.
welcome, Rosie.
Unlike Zoro.
Rosé, Zoro's being mean to me. You gotta kill him.
Your friend's greet me with a
Zara!
flashbang.
You bitch!
A proper high.
Where are y'all? Where is Zaroj? Who's this? Who's this? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
I don't know
Get
what
that
the
away
fuck I'm
from
doing.
me.
Way to show how easily a cat.
Oh,
can
is
use
you,
it.
Doc? Oh my god, hi.
No.
Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Hi.
Wow, another wife, and he's fucking saying that Zoro's a cheater.
Damn, what a
Hey.
cheater.
No,
Fucking
this
Oh
time,
my
no, this time, no, this
god.
time, very consensual. Zoro agreed to it.
Huh?
This
I
Yeah,
time
Zoro-
he's not
Zoro.
cheating.
Yeah, we were.
Yep. Yeah, this time he
Wow.
agreed. hmm hmm
Interesting. What did he do to
Yeah.
Zoro? Did you brainwash him?
No, I used Maggie and Rossi to brainwash him.
I'll hit you with this.
Fire!
All right, let's stop with your delusions, buddy.
Stop with your delusions, buddy. That's fucked up.
Officer Bewley, report to staff training.
I agreed to marry them too. That's it.
Fire!
Yeah.
Coffee Cat said, Fire, where's the yarn you said you were gonna buy me?
I'll get you more coffee when I get paid.
What are you fucking
I
about
promise.
this shit?
He's broke right now. I am broke. I am broken like a broken chair.
I'm broke like a broken chair.
You can't in safe areas, Rose.
You have to do them in like combat areas.
Bitch! What the fuck?
What happened here?
I throw a stun and you shoot me.
75.
What the fuck is this thing? Oh. What the fuck is
Okay.
this thing? Oh, can I...
Is that you, Doc?
How did
Doc!
you die?
Stop!
What's the matter? What's...
No, nothing. Nothing. Fuck is Zara!
You didn't
Also,
even hit me.
Really?
Anti-flash goggles exist. You on the game, Papaya?
75.
Papaya, how's the update?
It's almost done, like 88.
Fuck is Zara?
Ah, okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
I don't know why it's loading slow.
I have to actually like leave. Not even doing one game,
Notifying 10.
which is fine.
I mean, you guys can start.
Are you throwing flash grenades at me?
More of Rose getting ready.
What the fuck I'm doing? Ow.
Well, yeah, because everyone's.
Papaya, shut up. We're waiting.
Yeah,
Hey,
Papaya.
shit, bro. What the fuck? I didn't even say shit.
Oh my god, high five!
Fire.
If
High
Yeah!
five! Zoro's too stinky for these missions. The criminals will smell him from miles away.
Your
You're
dumbass
so
said
right,
we can
Coffee.
start while close to finishing the update.
Yeah. Did I shoot Zoro
God
when
damn.
I tried to walk in? Can I kill Zoro? When we start?
Yeah, sure. No one will stop you.
Oh wait, is it direct 12 or direct 11?
Either or.
Either or, I think.
Direct 11's for like older PCs, but runs well. Then Direct 12's supposed to be like.
Pick the one that works best for you.
Rossi shot Zoro for being rude. Don't worry, Coffee Cat. I shall. Oh, they're being rude to Coffee Cat, you stinker. You rotten
Yeah.
fucking potato.
Hey, Natty.
How dare you?
What?
I have flash goggles.
I don't care.
You don't care. That's rude. What are you doing? That's rude. Only I can do it. Oh. Oh no. It say I can't join. It said party full.
Oh.
Because the other guy has to leave still.
Who, me?
Frost? Where's Frost? Doc deafened so he doesn't hear us.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait, is there
Oh yeah, Frost left
Wait,
again
try
now.
joining
Okay, you can
now.
try now. You can try now.
Bye bye, Frost. Maybe we can play next time.
Bye, Frost. Sorry, Frost.
Abort.
Papaya no.
No.
He was just filling in until you came.
that sounds so wrong.
That sounded wrong indeed. Zoro.
What the fuck was that? I can't remember.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Someone
What is
came.
happening?
What the fuck? Who's this?
Oh my god.
You
What
can,
just
you can
happened
toggle the
downstairs?
names on the
That was
settings.
a random.
They're laughing
That's
because I
Rose.
said
Yeah.
came.
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't mean to, don't shoot me.
You can toggle the names on the settings so you know who
I
you're
don't know
shooting.
how. I'm being shot at.
Escape options
Oh my
and then gameplay. Scroll down. Go to the HUD, the HUD, and then
I got you, buddy.
you can see the show team
Wait, Frost.
status, show
I'm gonna
player
do a pistol
names,
run
all
on,
those. You can
on gas
enable it.
station. Which pistol should I run?
What? It is enabled? Oh. Oh, does this work now?
Do your Magnum. Yeah, buddy, that's right.
What
Should I do a snub nose? Should I do snub nose on it?
Awawa.
I think Zoro needs to relearn how to talk. You want to run the pepper ball pistol.
Okay,
That's
so
old
this
school,
is
yeah.
Zoro, Rose, Nachi, where's Doc?
I'm upstairs.
Hi, Rose.
Pepper
But,
ball pistol.
Here,
Hi. How did you not die? You cheated.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah. It was not cheating.
Hey, what do you mean I am here?
Oh.
Oh my god, accusing me. Damn, that's crazy.
Zoro is humiliating.
Just can use my favorite gun.
Hi, Sharpie. Hey, hello. Welcome.
What did I change again?
What happened?
It's ready or not time.
I think you're gonna like what I got to do.
Yeah.
I got my revolver.
You liking the new gear? Good to see you.
Hey, Charp. Oh my god. Bugs Bunny reference.
Eh,
What's the hubbub?
what? What's up, Jack?
Oh,
Oh
fuck.
my god, that's Bugs Bunny on crack. Like,
What's up, Jack?
Okay, what are you? I'm
that's
putting you
Bugs
down.
Bunny like on crack. Fucking A.
he's a normal bunny. Oh my god.
Come here.
Keep
What are
I
you?
whoever
wanna know-
that is away from the
What are-
kid.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Keep it
Crack
forever.
bunny.
Welcome back, Zoe.
I think Papaya took too much silly meds again.
No.
Papaya's just happy to be with friends.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Papaya, are you alive?
I am not alive. I am so dead.
No. I mean, you're gonna go stream or not?
Nah. I'm not
Whoa!
gonna
What the fuck are you?
Oh, yeah,
What
he's
is-
okay.
It's
His
me,
return
bro.
stream is party animals,
Ah.
I think.
It's gross.
Oh,
The poor
my
papaya.
goodness.
Taking one step at a time, playing guitar. Oh, good luck, good luck. I'm
I
glad
shot
that
like
you're doing the
20,000
guitar.
times. How are you still alive?
Why would you Who's that in the corner over there?
I have better armor. Also, you were shooting the wrong person, doofus.
What?
Put on the
How?
player names. We can put on the player names.
Yeah, we killed Zoro.
Wow! Holy
Oh, wait, you're ready?
shit.
I didn't know that. Wait, hold up. So if you press B?
Hi,
Oh,
Anki, what's up?
Ah!
what the fuck? Which
What? What? What did he do to
You're
you,
the one I
dog?
know what's finger grenades.
I'm just learning
I'm a
the
battering
controls
ram you.
again, bro. Let me breathe.
You can't
Alright.
get me, dog.
Who the fuck? Oh my god, this
King
Zoro shot me in the
Collude.
back.
Papaya,
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me that, Coffee Cat.
Oh,
please go turn on usernames.
I did.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
wait.
did. Go on.
Wait.
I didn't realize I was gonna pick
You
all these
can't
up.
tell us apart still.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
I'm just stupid. I'm just stupid. I need the
Oh.
name. I'm just stupid.
I can finally know who's who.
I wasn't behind you.
Yippee.
Oh, play doctor? Alright, I'll switch to him here in just a minute.
Hey. Want to get married in this game, bro?
How are you? Good to see you.
Fire. Fire. Fire.
No.
I'm good. Finally free.
It was just a prank, bro.
Do tell. Well, you don't have to say it here.
Oh, stinky.
At some point.
That's so.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I'm glad you're finally free of that.
Oh.
That is some great
Quickly.
news.
You cheated.
Free of the divorce. Oh, nice.
Guys, Zoro's cheating. Zoro's cheating.
What else is
I
new?
mean, Zoro's
Zoro
cheating.
always cheats.
I think I remember last time we were gunning each other down. Yeah. It was. That's why we're gonna play ready or not.
You.
It's gonna be me gunning Zoro's ass.
Yeah, it's funny.
Why are you gunning for Zoro's ass? Ow! That was
Oh my god, Rose just murder you, bro. No, I'm not Zoro. Stop!
Hey, dog. Papa, I shot you. I shot you.
We're all playing the blame game here.
You stink. You stink.
I'm just
Yo,
sipping on my hot
stinky,
chocolate
yo,
and watching.
Oh
stinky.
my god.
I flashbanged. Ow. Oh my god, I made it somehow.
If I didn't have jagged hollow points, you wouldn't have made it.
Who wants to see something cool?
Me.
Like what?
I'm afraid. I'm afraid
I
of
won.
that.
Stand here.
Stand where? Right here.
Hold position.
You to Nachi.
He gonna kill us, bro. He gonna kill
Yeah,
us.
he's gonna kill us. Yeah.
Bro. What?
A little to the front, Papaya.
A little bit to the front. Which front? This front?
LSPD, don't move!
Chris using the beige gun.
Show us the front and
Closer
back
to
of
me.
your head. LSPD! Police,
stuck.
get down! Police, hands up!
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Wait, what?
I'm stuck. Okay, there we go.
What's the key for budging
Don't
again?
move.
I forgot. What's the key for budging? Is it R? I forgot. God damn.
For what?
Now put your head on the door behind you.
Okay.
Dropping the light.
What's a surprise?
Whoa!
I said put your head on it, not open it, numbnut.
Oh. I'm putting my head on it.
You know what it's doing.
What the hell just happened?
He blew it with C4.
I hit with B2, yeah.
Surprise.
I knew what he was doing.
Oh, you're Zoro. Oh, you're not Zoro.
Why are you shooting at me, Babaya?
I thought you were Zoro. My bad. Everyone looked the same.
You wouldn't have known if Papaya didn't open the door.
What shall I have for dinner?
Spaghetti.
I imagine applying to the FBI. Yeah, I played Ready or
Spicy
Not this
potatoes,
experience.
bacon
Well, I
spicy
remember,
potatoes.
yeah.
Oh, you know what? Spicy potato so good.
Yeah.
Like I had a viewer before. I think his name started with Recon or something, and he said he's an FBI. Not FBI. He said he's a SWAT team member, and that like he plays Ready or Not with his coworkers as a like a training type shit, simulation.
Revenge.
Yeah, that happened. That happened. Really? Yeah. That shit happened, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Are we
On that
done?
level. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I had
play
one
airsoft,
viewer before
you're
that came into
basically
the
a
stream
cop.
doing that.
I don't think I can just spicy potato.
Yeah, it was
Pasta.
very cool.
Pasta with spicy sauce.
Yeah, spaghetti. Spaghetti.
I'm gonna spaghetti your fucking intestines.
What? I would. If my intestines were spaghetti, I would eat my own intestine. No
Oh
joke.
my god.
What?
No joke.
Man, I'm eating cake here, dog.
My bad.
Okay.
Must
Oh, we
start
have 2 minutes. Okay, BRB.
Alright. You know what, guys? I'm going non-lethal.
Nachi.
Why to hold that message?
I'm stuck. I'm stuck again.
Point prestige. Check my link. I have 10 years of MW2 experience.
Which one? The remake or the old
The
G one?
classic.
Oh, the classic.
The classic.
The classic. I know my buddy.
Classic.
Turn me into a plate of spaghetti? Why? Why?
Just
I
yell
All
at
right,
can
them.
Rose.
slurp you
You
up.
can equip
Yeah,
night vision too.
How?
Do you have to equip it in your customization?
I can be arsed. Do I need it?
In equipment at the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck it is?
next to the helmet.
So, should we actually like properly tell Rose? Someone unready. I was to say, please, so we
Yep.
can tell Rose how to do this.
Wait, are we going lethal or non-lethal?
Lethal. Kill
Oh,
bad guys, save cities.
Click
Okay.
on none Rose.
What? Where do I equip it? I'm Dudu. I can see it.
Oh my god. Wait. Let me. Need to open. So I can properly explain to you how to do this.
The helmet options you were on just now.
Don't you yawn?
No. Yawn.
You bitch.
Click on the big X.
Which?
Yeah, it's the. You see where it says green phosphor and white phosphor? Those
Okay,
are
I'm
night
back.
vision.
Welcome
You want
back.
to put on. You want to put on the GPNVGS.
I thought you
That's
said
like
it wrong.
full
Really?
screen night vision.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Teaching Rose.
Work.
Also, if you want to do green or white phosphorus, white's easier on the eyes.
Press in to
but
use it.
Green's like the standard.
Ow, what? Ow. Oh, wait.
I prefer the white phosphorus. It's just easy. I like how it looks also. So you want to unequip it and equip it again. But you're also in a room that has like lights, so it's gonna be like a bit blinding. What mission you doing? We're doing the gas station, but we're just kind of telling Rose how to like get equipment sorted.
Press N again to turn off.
Get a green phosphorus. Oh my god.
Lock in.
Interesting.
What's the key again to nudge? I forgot.
Ah.
I think it's B, but I changed mine.
Oh yeah, it's
to
B. It's B. It was B.
You could probably do the MP5 9mm as well. It's good for unarmored keys. That's true. It depends.
Oh.
Rose, what kind of gun are you rocking with?
This one I have right now.
That doesn't help me. This one right
Is it?
now
And that
is
papaya.
this one right now is telling me you're in the woods, and I'm
Yes,
asking where
Zoro?
are you, and you're telling me you're by a tree.
Yeah, it's a 5803.
What's the matter?
This one. I'm gonna stay with this one because I like this one,
Oh, okay.
and I like this one.
SA58 is he streaming?
Pissing me
Rose
off.
and Maki are streaming. Yes.
Of course he waits for us to get busy.
What? Get this. What the heck?
You can see the share chat though fast, because we're sharing chat right now.
How unfortunate. Uh-oh. How
Walk inside again, papaya.
No,
Yeah,
you
A
sound,
and-
you sound aggressive. No.
Well, it's Q and E to lean. Q and E is to lean. If you hold.
Do you
Alt,
even
you
use
actually
the
do like a
lean?
forward
Papaya,
tilt.
you piece of shit.
I'm taller than you, Doc. Look.
sorry.
very tall.
Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. I'll let you kill me, Rose. Here,
I'm tall.
You were.
you kill me.
You were.
You were. What do you mean? No, dog, how dare you? Look at this shit.
Don't call me man.
Yeah.
Ow.
Am I small now, Doc? Am I small now?
Yeah.
Small. Accurate.
Small.
Accurate flower height.
Accurate.
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 The accurate.
I should play upon NVGs because I know we're gonna do some nighttime stuff.
Super Saiyan need to lean. Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I forgot about that.
Ew. 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 What? 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 What?
We ready? I'm ready. I was
Doubting
thinking
me.
first.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Yeah, we're ready. I'm ready. Oh, let me ready up. There you go.
The nice time stuff is probably the sausage like heard Doc say.
This is a simple map. Is it? No?
Get the first map.
Like gas
yeah.
station? Yeah.
The first map.
It's basic.
Yeah.
As pride as
Wonder
Man.
high.
What do you mean, man? Slow mother. Hey, man.
Oh.
We got this. Let's go, guys.
Nah. We're gonna die.
Okay.
If we die to these chumps, we shouldn't be playing the game. Like,
No.
Yeah.
We're the city
Find-
feds. We're the
we
city
should find-
feds, bro.
we should-
Unless you
find
set this as the difficult.
Remember,
It's not
shot
standard.
first, that's it. Okay, Matt.
Hi,
I shot
bats.
first.
Can I shoot?
Hi, Bat.
have trigger
It's
discipline
funny.
because there are civilians.
Me? This?
Yes.
Why will he assume that I have discipline? What's that? Is it food? How do I spell that?
You can't. The civilians are gonna die, Doc. They probably are, and I should just accept that.
Also, let's not
Alright.
kill each other.
Go follow
Don't want
Bat,
people to
please.
sit
Yeah.
out a whole round.
Yeah, if you die, you're completely out for like the entire round until
Oh,
everyone else
yeah.
dies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
until everyone else
Yeah.
dies, or like we beat the mission.
Alright. Yeah, that might be bad not to kill each other. At least not yet.
You are clear to move.
Discipline.
And
What am I in trouble or something?
For real. Alright, hold on. Let me see.
My fingers are tingly.
Police, don't move!
Okay.
LSPD, get down! Hands in the air!
Can I beat up the
Police,
hostages?
show me your hands! Police, hands up! LSPD, don't! Police, hands up! LSPD! LSPD, don't move!
Well, I'm surprised he actually
Put your
gave up
hands
that quick.
up now! Show us the front and
Well, if
back
you've been
of your
shouting
hands.
a lot, they will.
Do not move!
Ooh, fish
Got-
oil.
Hands up!
Oh, it's someone else.
Ooh. Propils.
Police, get down!
Nacho flavored. Texas
Don't run.
barbecue.
Do I look like get
How
down
you tell?
slowly!
Wait, how you tell people?
Get down and put your hands
Down.
up!
F.
I don't have anything
Yeah.
to do with this.
What's this? Oh, hi.
Put your hands
Hands
where
in
I
the
can see
fuck
'em.
air!
Hands up! Don't move! Police, don't move! LSPD, get down! Hands in the air! Police, show me your hands! Police, hands up! LSPD, don't move!
Oh, God.
This is protocol.
I don't know what's going on. I just
Time to
stopped here on the
restrain
road.
you.
Entry team to talk.
What?
It's a bit-
Police, hands
What
up!
the fuck?
Continue mission.
What the?
Everything's gonna be okay.
Who died?
Civilian is ready.
Someone dead already.
Civilian is secure.
Oh, we're all
We can shoot the
good.
ground to make them listen if they resist.
Hi,
Wait,
bye-bye.
Talk to entry.
I'm pressing A, it's not letting me handcuff them.
Oh.
Press F to restrain.
Are you on? Are you on controller?
Go under back and then press F.
Oh, okay.
There
Oh,
you go.
Continue with your mission. mission.
Oh, no.
while we sort this out.
There you
There we
go.
go.
What the? This
Nice.
is not what I. This is not what I imagined.
I'm so tempted to actually bash that guy's fucking head into the
Show
wall.
us the front and back of your hand. Civilian is DOA.
Every bad guy, like,
God,
kind of.
Doc, you scared me. I thought you were a bad guy. I'm sorry.
Hands up! Police, get down!
I don't know why you.
Don't run!
If I was, you'd probably be dead.
Fuck you, Zara. Why would you?
Element.
Oh, really?
Oh, puppy. No.
Bro, you can kill someone with budget. You
What just happened?
Wait, we.
We completed it. Everything.
That was.
Yeah. It's ass. Oh my god.
Oh my.
Every band guy gave up, dude.
Yeah.
All of the day's work.
It's
Oh
all
my
because
God.
of me. It's all
No. It because I was too Sigma for them. I was too Sigma.
And we picked up
Rose's first
everything.
round is S rank. She's good luck.
He's good luck. Yeah, indeed.
Yo, good luck, Rose.
That gets killed after mission completion. I got killed in the loading screen.
Ah, oops. Was I not supposed to go? Oh, whoops.
You just wait until we turn to headquarters. You can just leave. You left, didn't you?
Yes. I didn't know.
You can rejoin, don't worry.
Yeah, you can return back. That's fine. I returned to headquarters.
We
Yeah, after
did
that you can return to
it.
headquarters, or you can try it again. If you need to.
Officer Martinez, 4342.
No.
I can't
I'm gonna
believe
eat
that.
my soup while we're waiting.
I genuinely can't believe that. I walked in, saw the first
Yeah.
dude, aimed at 357 at him, he got down. Went in the next room, saw
Kirby,
him,
no, don't
really
eat
get down.
dog. Kirby, no, don't eat dog. No.
I wish everything was like that. They ain't so easy.
I've been told I taste good. It's okay.
What does Doc taste like, Kirby?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
Rose,
know
do
what
you
Kirby
want to
was
drink
saying.
coffee or tea?
Oh, if you drink the coffee 5 times, I think you get the achievement.
You can hit the one of these buttons. And,
It must be coffee though. What love? Why are you laughing?
After you pick one,
Doc's shoulders
put coins in
carry the way
it
forward.
until it stops.
I have some pretty broad shoulders, dude. You're right.
Reloading.
Chem-Light.
Yes, that's super sharpie.
Very happy. I want another one. Oh.
Pasta? Ooh, yum.
Aww.
Have a good pasta, then coffee.
Have a good pasta.
Get my cappuccino.
Cappuccino, ballerino.
Officer Myers, call back.
They're lucky I wasn't out there. The passive run would have turned with death. Yeah, probably. In the words of Bats, do first. That's it.
Also, I like that PNG you have right now, dog. Wow, that's so cool.
Wait, oh?
It's not like you were gonna say something else, dude.
Ooh. That looks nice.
Oh, the plague one?
The
Yeah.
plague.
Yeah.
Looks so cool.
I got
Looks so
that for
scary.
Halloween. They don't listen to Frost.
Frost made it? What?
No.
You fucking liar.
He did not. We are that funnier. It was made by the same dude that did my default PNG. He it was like Halloween 2023, I think. He DM'd me and was like, I have an idea for a Halloween costume and I want your opinion on it. I was like, okay. He was like, Plague Doctor. And he even drew a sketch. Like he had a sketch idea ready for Ed and everything. And I was like, that's really cool. And then I suggested either having, because in the other hand, you see I have like the scalpel. I was like either a book, because they carried books to read
Yeah.
potions or like
Yeah.
tonics, or something else. He was like, "All right, I got you," and he did the scalpel instead, and it was a gift. It was a gift. I was quite surprised. I was like, "Do I need to pay you?" He was like, "No, I'm literally handing this to you. Like, take it."
Look, your finest leeches.
Officer Michaels, please call desk. Officer
Oh,
Michaels,
damn,
please call
bat.
Move there.
Find out your finest leech. Telling you. Why did I picture you doing that? Basically, a default was me as well. No, what? Shut up, man. I have some other ones too. I know Nachi's seen
The capybara was cute.
the Dakibara one. Yeah. I don't know if Rose has
It's
seen that one. I'm
cute.
pretty sure Rose has seen that one.
And also the Squidward face.
Oh, the Chad doc.
And the Chad. It was funny.
Squidward.
Have you seen Hot Dog?
No. Wait, let me pay up. I gotta pay. Nothing's free. I gotta pay up. No, I'm gonna pay up. I'm gonna pay up.
I'm already turning myself around. I know what it's gonna be.
Where is it? What was it? The one you said? The hot dog?
Yeah, hot dog. There's 3 different
dog.
versions. There's hot dog.
There you go.
There's cool hot dog, and then there's powdery hot dog.
Wait, I can't? What? Why? I can't claim it? Is it on cooldown? Does it have a cooldown? Man.
Oh, it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Man. Okay, it's okay.
Hello, Marcus.
But
Hi,
I'll
Hi,
do it for you.
Marcus.
Hey, Marcus. Do you want hot dog? Do you want cool hot dog, or do you want powdery hot dog?
You said you want to show the hot dog.
So there's normal then.
Jeez.
Oh, that's the usual you use?
Hi,
What?
Bat.
What's the usual one that you use? The one that is like on a lap.
The hot dog. Usually hot dog gets picked because it's default.
Oh, that was the hot. Easy. What about the cooler dog?
Cooler dog?
Yeah,
That one's
yeah,
just it's a default PNG, but with like the glasses with the little mustache attached to it.
Oh, wanna see that? Wanna see that?
Fuck, I actually have to add it into the Fugi, so hang on, give me a moment.
Beautiful peeps. I'm not buttyful. What is that?
Yes, yeah, shut the fuck up.
The only buttyful is bro.
Yeah, he's a butt.
He's a butt. He's stinky. A stinky Zara.
A butthead.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
How you get coffee again?
You go up to it and hit one of the buttons, you dingus.
Oh yeah, but how do I hold the coffee for? I don't have a cup.
You have to put in the coins first, and then you can place the cup down.
Oh, I put everything in. Oh.
All right, there it is.
Oh.
Please call extension 4342.
Okay, Nachi.
Sergeant Walsh, 4342.
Yay! Pinkies. I got healed. I'm slowly healed. Oh no, I'm getting taller. I'm tall now.
We all ready for another round?
No, no, no,
Hell yeah.
let me have my latte first. Hold on.
He's still struggling to get it.
Do you guys want to raid a streamer's house?
Yeah.
Oh, the streamer. Oh, yeah, yeah. That one. Yes.
What you having for a snack?
Snack.
Sucking down my Monster Energy drink. Yeah. To be
Suckling down? Oh my gosh.
Ooh, what kind?
That's a good
What
sucking
kind
you're
of
doing there, Rosie.
What kind? Is it the white one?
Huh?
The white Monster Energy drink? I love
You
that one.
stuck that down.
You snuck that down.
Also, Frost, the one that bombed you earlier was me.
I figured it was. You're the only one with a stinger in your hand.
Yeah, I was throwing it everywhere.
White Monster flavor.
White Monster flavor. Papaya was right.
I was right. I know my wife too well.
Your what?
My wife.
Pink one. Pink.
Oh, okay.
Pink.
All right.
Pink.
I misheard that. I misheard that so hard.
Oh my god, trying to get me in trouble. I'm gonna be sleeping on the couch because of you. Oh no.
I thought you said I know my white too well.
I know my wife too well, yes.
So I was like, huh?
What?
It's like, what the? What?
Of course it was her. Even Frost knew it was you.
I'm ready.
Who's scraping their can?
Me.
What? Oh.
No, I don't have a can.
That's me. I'm eating.
Are you eating SpaghettiOs?
I'm eating soup with rice.
I'm eating soupy spaghettios.
Soupy rice.
Spaghetti, soupy, in a can? That's crazy.
How dare you?
Oh yeah. Huh?
That's me. That's me, Frost. It was me all this time.
Damn, do it. Do it.
I'm gonna need to borrow a slot. I have a grenade launcher. Oh, you're right, dude. Hey, you know what? I'll remove the battering ram, put you on my back, and when I need you, I'll just turn around and you can just grenade launcher somebody.
Alright, where are we
That's
going,
crazy.
huh? Where are we
Plus,
going?
can you make Zoro pay for my dinner? You had
I'm
coffee cat.
upstairs. You guys can
Zoro.
go your own
You know
route if you
what?
like.
I'm going this way.
Nope, I'm broke.
Smart.
You know, bro. Like,
Oh god.
Oh, everyone's.
Right behind. You're right, Doc.
Yeah, I just got me in the arm. That guy's down now. They have a hostage to watch fire.
Get down slowly.
Go get it, Zoro.
Talk reporting. Secure the area and we'll send forensics in.
I'm in the second floor. He's dead already.
We're coming out.
Nice.
Ow!
Oh,
Who fucking
That was Zoro. That was Zoro.
Oh my god, I was about to shoot
You got to
him. too.
say that earlier.
We're ready.
I was about to shoot him. He scared me.
To talk. Suspect is down, but breathing. Suspect cuffed and secure.
We're not looking
Oh, I got.
Zoro, ready? Bro, there's still a gun here.
If you shot me, I would have mag dumped you thinking you were a hostile.
Bro, come on. Hide on my shield.
I save a hostage.
We're good. Are we going in here already, or we wait for them?
We wait.
Yeah, they gotta see the streamer room.
Dock to entry team. Make them stable and
Oh, we should cuff the suspect, the main suspect, so we get the high score. I guess.
Get the
One
fuck
of the.
down! Get down!
How dare you
No.
taking him alive? What, this guy? He's fine. He only took a 357 to the arm.
trailers are ready.
I prefer a 40.
Rose will go in here next.
Conclude.
Oh, it's locked.
Uh-oh. I know this. I'm gonna unload.
Ah! You didn't even harm me. You could have killed me there, bro.
You have eyes.
I don't know what
Nazi,
eyes
you
are.
Nazi shield and just step forward.
Yeah. I was planning to do that.
Oh, fuck
There's
it.
one more here. There's one more on the bathroom on the left.
The
Ow!
explosion goes in ward, so you're fine.
There's one on the right, I think.
LSPD, don't move! Police, show me your hands!
This is Doc.
Zipped up and good to go.
Yo, what's up, chat? Is it me?
Let's let
What?
Rose lead us next
Damn.
round.
Doc. Tag him and keep moving.
Doesn't help, just streams all day.
No.
Doc, you're up.
My dog
Secure it.
being
Keep going.
howling.
Shit, Papaya, are you Milky Toes gaming?
Got 'em all zipped up.
Yeah, you know.
Ooh.
Doc to lead.
Ooh.
Secure it and keep going.
Hey! You ruined my live stream!
Oh my god.
He's barking like a dog, man.
Nice figurines.
Oh, thank you. I pay $1,000 for each.
Police, hands up!
Not you.
Yeah. Pay me dinner.
Baby dinner.
Pay my dinner. Your Rose, don't fall for the propaganda. Oh, is it propaganda?
Man, give that dog attention, please.
Sorry. That was my dog. Nuggy.
Hey, my TV.
Doc to lead. Secure the area and we'll send forensics in.
My baby.
Doc reporting. Forensics standing by.
Ow! Bro.
What hit me?
I'm sending to my dog, man. Nuggy.
We're missing a gun somewhere.
Oh, time to go look for it. Missing a gun.
Find out we'll have triple tapped him. Yeah, you will have. 100%.
I'm always triple tap.
Flashbang girl, start tossing them. Just start. These don't even make sense.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Shit on me. Fuck is working from
It
I
is
was
already
dancing.
not dog sitting sim.
This is Doc. Put him on safe and let him hang. Great job.
Oh, we got him. Nice.
I found the gun.
Did you actually?
Nice.
Yeah.
Where was it?
It was under the guy's legs.
Which one?
We got a B from
Second floor.
bitches.
Oh, okay.
B.
B for bets.
Bitches.
B for we're bad bitches. Oh.
I didn't see my FPS going to 2K. What?
They were fucking bad. Where's
That's
the A+?
crazy.
Yeah, for awful plus.
Next.
Rose,
Wah. Wah. What? What?
Rose.
What?
Bro.
What?
you're the
Bro.
team captain now.
Yes.
We all gonna die.
You got this.
No.
Bro.
We all
You're
gonna
going
die.
in first.
You got this, Rose.
At least.
We're gonna follow
We're
you.
gonna die. We're gonna die.
I'm not impressed.
No, we're
If
not.
you opening up,
We're
the
not
crew
gonna
grab a
die.
drink.
Enough to do in this
No,
business.
stay
Now
down.
you
It's
gotta
fine.
watch the fucking water, too.
Exactly.
You learn the hard way.
Okay.
Why you sound so
Hi.
sus? Why do you say that?
We all
No.
need.
These lives are in your hands.
Oh. Wait,
We're
let me
all-
grab my tea.
We'll need night vision for this one. That or just let your eyes adjust. Either or.
No, don't you me to night vision already. What?
Night
Well,
vision.
you have your white phosphorus on, right?
Yeah.
Then you'll be fine.
Fuck you.
I have green.
Green tea snacks.
What?
Fog vision.
Fog vision.
What are you doing in front of me? I'm eating.
Watching you eat.
Officer Fraser, please
Light
call
stick out.
extension 4342.
Chem light.
Officer Fraser, 4342.
Dropping a light.
Lights stick out.
Chem light out.
I forgot you can do that. If you hit C, you can drop
Light
a
stick
glow
out.
stick.
Light
Chem
stick out.
light.
Chem light.
Dropping a light.
Dropping a light.
Light stick out.
Lights stick out.
Dropping a light.
Light stick out.
Lights stick out.
Chem dropping a light.
Chem light.
Chem light out. Stick out.
Dropping a light.
Chem light.
Chem light out.
Explain which is better, Left 4 Dead 2 or
Chem
COD
light
Zombies
stick
in its
out.
prime?
Light stick out.
That too.
That's
Oh, he-
Look
toughy,
at the
though.
glowing
He
dookie.
redeemed the AI
Zoinxis14 asked
thing on
me,
my channel.
explain which is better, Left 4 Dead 2 or COD
I would say
Zombies
COD
in its
Zombies was in
prime?
its prime. It was out
Oh,
longer
that's
than
a
Left 4 Dead.
spicy debate. Left 4 Dead 2 has that cooperative madness
Cannot
with
do
intense
this much
campaigns,
exercise in real
dynamic
life, I'm
AI
playing it in the
director,
game.
and tons of hilarious moments with friends. Meanwhile, Cody Zombies in its prime had iconic maps, deep storylines, and endless waves of zombies that made it addictive and thrilling. If you're into straight-up team chaos, go L4D2. But if you love that strategic survival vibe, Cody Zombies is your jam. Honestly, both are legendary in their own right.
Legendary. Indie. Hell.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm Jetty nervous. Ah.
You got this, Captain.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Rose. Your team.
Yeah, you got this.
Point.
No.
You got it.
Pasta. You made pasta coffee? Can I have some too? I'm hungry. Whoops, pardon.
Oh, it's this map.
here.
Alright, team captain. Take point. We're right behind you.
Fucking forward!
You got this.
Alright, let's go.
Okay,
By the way,
forward.
Rose, if you
Yeah.
hit spacebar, you lower your weapon and you can move faster.
Oh my god. Hey, let's check this fucking garage. There you go.
Oh
Someone's
god, there's
up
a there's an enemy.
Hit space again to undo it.
Oops.
I'll check it out.
Eh?
I got scared. Sorry.
Well, he did have a gun, so you're lucky on that one.
Oh, look at that. I saved the team.
Send him to desk duty.
Hey! At least I
Bye,
can
you're
eat
on.
fucking food.
But bye, you're on desk duty now.
Alright. I just write all 6, 7.
Never
Should I
mind, we
blow
need
the
him on
door?
field. We need him on the field.
Come back
I
to
will
hear it. I come back to hear the number.
You guys going to the front door?
Oh, I just.
Papaya, why? What did I do to you?
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yes,
in,
we
Okay,
are.
I'm here now.
coming through the back.
In presence.
Going inside the house.
Send in Stinger Girl first.
That's
Damn.
Who's shooting us the shit, man?
Bitch!
Dock to entry team. We're ready.
Also, Rose.
Please, this
Eh?
is Doc. Trailers incoming. Proceed with caution.
Hands in
Yeah.
the air!
I take out 2 gunsmen.
Careful there, Papaya.
If you stand in front of them, after you cuff them, you can pick them up.
Oh, I know. I saw when I cutting them, yeah.
LSPD, don't move! LSPD, get
Oh,
down!
be careful on this
Don't
map
move,
too,
put your
Rose.
hands up now.
Along with everybody else, they can hide in
make any
closets
sudden
and
movement.
under the beds,
Secure the area and we'll send forensics in.
Fuck.
There you go. All done.
and they'll try to ambush you. Papaya, there was some guy behind you with a knife trying to stab you.
Oh,
Yeah, careful of this map. This is a stabbing map.
me.
Also,
Yeah, there'll
don't
be
rush
guys
the
behind.
map so Rose can see them too.
Yeah.
Look,
Where's everybody at right now?
I'm upstairs.
I'm the back. As I was retweeting. Yeah.
I was just with you, Papaya, so I'm not anymore.
Entry team, this is Doc. Forensics notified.
Don't I go in circles? Oh,
This is Doc.
Oh god, what happened?
You want a piece of me?
One round.
What is happening?
LSPD, get down! Police, don't move!
upstairs?
Don't run! Police, show me your hands! Cuffing!
I didn't check this room back here.
Cover, get the enemy. Just feel like a CSGO map. Everything will be fine.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
Get the fuck over from the fucking other bed, bitch! Sit down!
Go around.
Oh, also, you can hit T, Rose. Like the letter T, and you can turn on head cams for everybody. But you can play through head cams.
I carry him, Rose. I got him.
I don't know.
It kills the frames. Yeah, I say it kills the frames. Plus,
Oh, it's not the best part, it's so like... It's distracting me.
Police, get down!
oh, he did have a knife. I thought I saw that.
Hold the fucking thing.
Hands in the air!
What the fuck?
Police, hands up! Put
Oh,
your hands where I can see them! LSPD, don't move! LSPD, don't move!
Yeah, who's this
Put
one
your
with?
hands
Oh,
up,
I'm with
Ah!
Do not
Yuzora
move.
and Rose.
LSPD, get down!
I'm gonna check the attic.
Get us out of here.
We're with the police. Civilian restraint.
I have kids at home.
Rose is about to
Blow
get
your
some
brains
promote
out.
complaints.
This is Doc. Keep going.
How is he so close? I don't know. Okay, all civvies are handcuffed. This is now bad, guys.
Police, don't move!
So anybody else you see is dangerous.
Hey,
Police,
Hey,
show me your
hey.
hands.
Skip the toilet. Skippity.
Hands up.
Hey,
I swear,
Paya,
this
can you
the first
can you
one's
pick up
gonna
the
die is
soap?
papaya with his skibidi toilet
Soap?
shit.
Yeah.
No,
can you pick this
not
up
this
for me?
again.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll pick up.
Yeah.
Not this
I'll pick up the
again.
soap.
Yeah.
Hello.
Put your hands up.
I cleared this already.
I can't find the soap anywhere.
This soap.
Ah, hello. Can you let me out?
I urge to not execute the both of you right now.
Just throw a bomb at them, Zoro.
Bruce is already better than me at this game. No, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing most of the fucking time.
I
We'll
was
go with
going
your
to
dog.
yell.
Gotta
Element
distinguish fucking.
Rose is like the best
Oh, you
thief
got it
ever.
already? Okay.
Ah!
Oh, I'm still lockpicking if you kick the door. What?
Got them all zipped up.
EMTs and trailers are
John.
standing
Oh,
by.
we already finished?
Yeah, it's over.
Talk here. Proceed with your mission.
I just
Now
I'm
it's
scared.
just
The
evidence.
soft missions, yeah. Pick up the guns
evidence?
and find the evidences, the rooms and stuff.
Basically, some of the missions will have like hidden objectives, like finding this or finding that, and then there's gathering evidence, which is like cutting the guns and or packaging the guns and such. And sometimes they can be hidden, they can bug and be weird, so not a guarantee we'll find
Classic.
all of them.
Yeah. It's like the classic Predator not experience.
Oh my god. Oh, I was about to shoot this guy by mistake. Whoops.
I would say there is no more
Hey.
enemies.
No
though.
more
You can
enemies,
lower your
yeah.
weapon.
Rose, look.
Hands in the
You
air.
just gotta find the
Hello.
evidences.
Do you want this guy?
No. He ugly.
No. Okay.
Wow, everyone's
Hey,
got beauty, man.
Police, hands up.
I'll trade.
Wow.
Come
Wow.
here.
Meow. Meow. I love that thing that plays. What the that's the shit I do when someone redeems like a.
Put your hands where I can see
There's a
it.
friend I have that has a redeem that they can have the guests do a meow for them, and most of the time when I'm there, they make me do it. I do it in the like
Civilian is
meaniest way
down and needs
possible,
evac.
where it's like meow.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the unconscious miner that we're lacking. I see.
Oh, I thought I got that.
The one that was sleeping in the bed. Yeah. Nice.
Because they
Hey.
had to change it for all the babies on console.
Scrappy the Piperverse only heroes, just the bonuses now. Shut fuck Frost. Ha! Suck it. Suck it. Ha!
Wow. Yeah, unfortunate flash discharge in the PV.
Officer Phillips, call 4724. Officer Phillips,
Oh no.
4724.
I need my tea.
Alright, we have the next one.
What this one again?
The
Oh.
spider. This is where we go to that
Oh.
daycare, quote unquote.
Oh yeah,
Lights
the
stick out.
daycare.
Oh, the place where we need to put papaya.
Dropping a light.
No.
No.
Light stick out.
Look, I'd be
light
down to
out.
joke
Chem
like
light.
that, but
Chem light.
this one ain't like that, Rose.
It's
Chem light out.
ordinary
Dropping a light.
daycare.
It's not like that, Rose.
Light stick out.
Wait, daycare isn't like.
Chem light out.
It's so it is a daycare
Light
center,
stick out.
but it's used in
Dropping a light.
a illegal operation.
You'll
This
see,
daycare
bro.
is criminal.
Light stick out. There's
Oh.
real stories in
Yeah,
this
it's-
game.
It's very criminal. We can't say it because of TOS, but we can say the acronym, which is PD.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
it's fucked.
Okay.
It's fucked.
I thought it was something else, like.
Nah.
No, I mean it's still a daycare center. The building
Yeah.
is still a daycare center. It's just used like that, unfortunately.
Oh shit, my bad.
Yo, you're good, bro.
There's gonna be a map where we kill everyone that breathes except for someone in a closet.
Who, me?
We're not gonna say it. No.
No.
PDFs. Yeah, that's fair. That's another way of
Yeah.
saying it too. Is PDFs.
Yeah, that's
Frost, I
like
can't.
new way of saying it.
Frost, I can't remember. Are these guys armored? I think they are.
Yeah, they're armored.
Yeah, they are.
I didn't ask you. I'm just kidding. No, don't do that.
Motherfucker.
I'm reminding
Mother-
Papaya specifically
dare
because he
you.
shot the one innocent person last time.
Look,
Hmm.
remember,
Maybe I should go.
no Russian.
Maybe I should go 12 gauge on this one. Maybe blow their heads off.
Hey
What do you
Rose,
think, Frost?
Yeah.
I'm taller than you, Zoro. See? I'm using
What do you
the
think,
height
Frost?
dominance on you.
Don't watch some missions in the game will demonetize the stream. Oh.
I'll follow you again this round.
It
Tell
it
me
can
what to
if
do.
you stand there and stare at it. But it's like if you don't sit there and just like make that the main focus, it's fine. But just
You
don't
might
like
have
sit there and be like, wow, I can't believe they're doing all of this for like an hour or something, you
Yeah.
know?
Just keep it moving, I'll say.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
keep her
Gotcha.
going.
Keep it going.
And then it was about like all people. That's why.
They've also censored the game like highly, so it's not like as bad as it was originally.
Oh, originally it was worse.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So, that unconscious miner you would find in that house slash mission we did, Rose, they'll actually be like convulsing, or I forgot the word. They'll basically be having like a seizure because of drugs.
Oh damn. Holy.
You want to see Duck Duck? Alright, I can put on Duck Duck.
Before the console censorship, it was realistic.
Yeah, it was very like discussing in like an educational way. I look at it because that's like
Yeah.
real life. There's like real shit out there that
Please call 4342.
Yep, it happens in real life.
Alvarez,
that people are
4342.
going through. Yeah. That's why we're cops. We have no free will, so we blow their heads off.
Yeah.
The
Can't play this
game
game
got
if we don't
neutral
see
like
these
crazy
dudes
because of
baseballs.
consoles on top of people complaining. Oh damn.
The
Drank.
game got neutral like crazy because of the console release on top of people complaining.
Drank.
I think it. I'm fine. I'm fucking drank. God damn.
Drank.
Okay.
Drank.
There. I finished my.
There you go. Hydrated.
Drink.
I drank.
Oh, yeah, my apologies for the joke. I thought it was something else.
No, like I'm
No,
not.
no,
I'm
you
not.
didn't know.
No. Yeah, you didn't
didn't
know,
know.
and I'm not gonna like. I'm not scolding you for it. You know what I mean? It's just like.
Nah.
It's just like. It's just like look. Like I said, if it wasn't like in that scenario, like of that crime, I'd be totally fine with like making a joke about it. But like.
Silly Rose, you're good.
True.
Yeah, how dare you, Rose? How dare you?
Hey! I'm gonna
How
go in
dare
the
you.
garden.
How dare you being
Rose,
so
you're fine.
adorable.
Plus, you just
you're-
said Papaya should be in a daycare. Nothing bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
nothing
which-
bad. You're totally
Which
fine.
my mental brain, it could be a kindergartner or or
Don't worry, I'm the same.
What brain?
I would say.
oh
I,
yeah, you
I
see
did.
what brain?
Papaya's gonna be sitting there like just drawing circles on paper with crayons.
You know, I'll be drawing
Happy-
6-7.
Uh,
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy.
put
Can
them-
we
put
just
them in a
give a
message
round? Just give a round just for just for killing each other.
You know that gift that that people eating crayons say, "Hey, I saved you the red one." That's gonna be me. I'll take you the red crayon when I'm eating the rest of them.
Your roasted corner is mine only. I hide in the corner.
Doc,
No.
can you give B a prescription for the Grippy Hospital socks so I can get more? I'm trying to collect all the colors. There's more than like one color. I've only gotten the tan ones.
Was not ready.
I'm ready. Of course you can. There you go.
I'm ready.
The infinity grippy socks.
I have determined. I have pink, light blue, purple, and green. Oh, so you want like the hospital brand socks where it is just like a brown tan color.
Zara. Bye. Coffee cat. Lots of socks.
Yes.
You too, Popeye.
Now,
No.
No.
But you said I have enough money to buy him sock, but I'm not gonna do it.
he tries to call me stinky every time, so no.
That because you don't buy him socks, bro.
I mean,
I need all the hospital grippy socks.
Popeye has a pointer.
He can buy them himself.
No. It's a coffee cat. You need to spoil the coffee cat. You stinker.
Who's not ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. So, it's either Zoro or Nat.
You have to press the funny letter when you're ready.
Bye, if you don't buy me socks, I'm gonna cry. No crying.
Nachi might have stepped away.
Bye, buy the
But-
socks.
But I don't have money for socks.
Ye.
And Zoro, you should buy him socks first.
Just tell Zoro's wallet. Easy.
Oh, you know what? So true.
Just wait for him to sleep and then you sell the wallet.
Can I
I'm
steal
ready
your
for
wallet?
slime.
You can. It's
Papaya
empty
barely
anyways.
has enough money for food, so no socks.
But listen, I need that money for gacha, okay?
You was
The money for gacha.
and not a coffee cat? You
But-
disgust me.
But
You
I'm trying
disgust
to,
me.
but
Oh
I'm
Yes.
trying
my god.
I'm trying to grind my gold chip. That's Coffee Cat's favorite Uma.
Damn. So I'm named Stinger Girl now. I see.
I don't know.
I mean, you
Sorry,
did throw
sorry.
like, yeah, you did throw like 7 stinger grenades in the training room.
It's okay, Papaya hates me.
No,
No.
I still hate you.
It's okay. Papaya hates me too.
No, I don't
Papaya
hate.
hates all of
Yeah,
us.
Papaya
Oh my
hates
God,
me
I don't hate
too.
no one.
That's why he was late. He was like, I gotta play with these motherfuckers. God damn it.
No.
Fucking shit.
Why did I get invited? God damn it.
He's like,
How-
he's
why-
like, why did I say yes to fucking play Ready or Not? I didn't realize that Doc was gonna be there, that Rose and Zoro was gonna be there.
Rose,
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, he calls you Chihuahua? Oh my god, Lara. How dare he call you Chihuahua?
You call my fox
How you
wife
call?
slash-
How dare you?
How dare you?
But now I know she's a fox. Now I know.
Take this any further.
What
Hey,
do
you
you
know
think
what?
she was before?
We're with the police.
A Chihuahua dog.
Good to go.
Oh, dog. Big old
Civilian, good to
dog.
go.
Yeah, some do, but now I know. Now I learned my lesson.
Get down and put your hands up. Get down slowly.
I always call him hard candy or Astrid because he hates me. I'd rather see them
Police,
instead.
get down. LSPD, get
My
down.
God.
LSPD, don't move.
I'm not good with names. Like I get my cats confused. Okay.
We're going forward.
You get your
Outside.
cats confused?
LSPD, don't move! Police, don't move!
Going
Hands
forward.
up! Hands up! Don't move!
Kick it, Doc. You got this. Got you, Doc.
Hands in the air! Let me see those hands!
Bad
Rose, do you want to try the roof?
Move, move.
Get down and put your hands up! Get down slowly! Police, hands up! Do not move!
You can strike
That's the guy.
behind. Oh, bitch! Oh my god!
heck is happening?
We're gonna get you out of here. Everything's gonna be okay.
Oh my god. I didn't say I was bleeding. Holy shit.
Dr. Elmer, medical assistance is standing by.
Behind you, Zoro. I'm behind you.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Nice one, Rose. Let's go.
Proceed with your mission.
You have to help me, please! Police, get down! LSPD, get down! LSPD,
Rose is the
don't
best
move!
leader.
LSPD!
No, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I almost died.
Police, hands up!
Zoro,
I'm
I got
bleeding
one
all
on
over.
the truck.
LSPD, don't
We
move!
got
Police, don't move!
Can someone cuff this man in the changing room? I can't cuff it. I think it's
Wait,
bugged
did
on
we
my
get
arm.
this homeless guy on here? We gotta get the homeless guy.
Oh, bro?
The fuck? Oh,
Can you
shit.
try and
Oh,
cuff
shit.
this
I'm
guy?
getting shot. I'm getting shot outside.
I don't
I'm
know.
getting
It's
shot
not
outside.
letting me cuff it.
Well, where?
People outside shooting me. Oh.
Alright, that's chaos. Nice job.
He's dead and stuck in a wall.
Oh, man. I guess bug. It's not letting me cough. Pew!
If he's dead, we don't need to cuff.
Dock to entry team. Notifying Tim.
I like to cuff him just in case he come back as a zombie.
Won't give us points.
Roger, sailors in.
Trying to secure this thing.
No, you'll get points. It's just less.
Zoinks14 asked me, explain which one better, the ray gun or the Wunderwaffe DG2. Oh, that's a tough choice. The ray gun is iconic with its powerful splash damage and quick reload, making it a go-to in fight situations. But the Wunderwaffe DG2, with its ability to chain lightning across multiple zombies, is a real crowd clearer and can be a lifesaver in high rounds. If you want bang for your buck with fun splashy times, go ray gun. But for maximum shock factor, Wunderwaffe is your pal.
Wunderwaffe is your pal. That's crazy.
I'm sorry, Nachi, I didn't see that. I didn't see
It's
you.
okay, it's
Did that.
okay.
What the fuck? Why, Lyra? Why are you? I can read that.
Sedative, do you think that will get me out of my meeting? Yes.
Huh?
That will get you out of your meeting.
You talking about you discuss your room cleaning methods? 7 things you did incorrectly. I'm still alive, aren't I? And they're dead. Guess whose fault that is?
It's not an easy place to work.
Oh god, no, I hate this
This one had a bunch of traps. I hate it.
God.
Okay.
This is like a Russian
So-
roulette type of.
So, Rose, we're
Rose?
going this next
Wait,
map.
We're gonna kick
has-
every door in this mission, okay,
No,
Rose?
don't listen to this guy.
Please.
Kick every door.
Kick every door.
Oh no.
Kick every door.
Oh,
Yes,
kick
you-
everything.
Yep, kick,
Oh, I tried.
kick every door, okay, Rose? You got this.
Nope. I tried. Yep. You know what, Rose? You are team leader, so you go first. You kick in the first door you see, and then the rest of us will be right behind you. In a very spread out format.
Yes.
That way we don't get like, I don't know, hit with a grenade or something.
Right, bros? Just kick every door.
You're all gonna die. Serious talk. Probably. Yeah, we're probably all gonna die.
Yeah.
Breaching churches. Zora, bring your C2.
You see.
Officer Roberts, please
What
call
the
back.
hell do you know about it? Get your hands off me before I slap your fucking teeth out of your mouth.
Let's go. Uh-oh.
It should be fixed now. Took me 3 hours to flawless no lethality mission. Is the disco
Might
dying?
be.
Yeah, if
It
it's,
might
if
be.
it's set on,
Yeah.
if the region is set on automatic, it will fuck up sometimes. So you have to have a region selected.
Can your AI look stuff on the internet if asked? I'm not sure. I haven't tested it. You can try. It depends on what you want it to look.
We'll have Zoro with C2 on the door, and once it blows open, we'll have Stinger Girl throw all the Stinger grenades in there.
Once you can have some pasta on if you kill Zoro. I still need Zoro in the game, so...
Extreme caution.
Baya! Behind me! Baya! You and your fucking big body! I know you have a big butt, goddamn!
Go for it, Rose. You got this. I believe in you.
What's the effective range of M4A1 AI? Papaya has a fake, all implants. Is that true, Papaya?
Rose died.
Of course, the first door we open
No.
is not booby trapped.
Maybe unlock her escape path.
Exercise some restraint.
What the fuck?
Let me go in first, bro.
It has a fake butt. It's all implant. What? That's
Papaya, is
slime!
that true?
What?
Don't run!
Oh, you
Excuse me, or-
killed Jabbar.
Papaya, you might be
I don't
muted.
give a fuck. Dude came up to me, man. He took 3 12-gauge rounds. That's his fault.
What?
Get your hands up now!
Baya!
LSPD, get down!
Baya!
LSPD, don't move!
What?
Show us the front and back of your hands!
Alright, stop spamming the man's name. He'll talk when he's ready.
LSPD! Put your hands where I can see them!
This is Doc. Notifying morgue.
Get the gun. Oh, is it bugged?
I think Baya's having
Might be
problems with
bugged.
it.
It might be saying connecting for him.
Element, this is Doc. Proceed with mission.
Hello?
Isn't this dude making like ricin or something? Yeah, he is.
Can't get the gun, so.
Hands up!
Oh, it's rigged. It's rigged. This one isn't.
Zoinks14 asked me, who is placed 29th on ZombiesWorldRecords.com in the high rounds
you might have to
category
try leaving the
on
call and
World
coming
at
back.
War the Reese. I'm sorry.
There's
I can't
nothing there,
provide
Zoro.
real-time
Honestly,
information or access current rankings on third-party websites. For the most up-to-date rankings, please check ZombiesWorldRecords.com directly.
He already did twice.
Oh, did he?
Police, Show
I
me your
didn't see
hands.
him leave the first few times.
Police, don't move.
Bruh. Oh, dear.
You're still alive.
It's rigged.
Me, Zoro, and Nachi.
What?
Disarming.
Just saying he's all alive.
Oh.
Get down slowly. Police,
Oh.
hands up.
Gerard is here.
He's fucking dead.
Hands up.
Yeah, no one's here.
Don't run. Do not move. Put your hands up now. LSPD, get down.
Zoro, where are you? Found him.
Not working, so man. Oh,
LSPD, don't move.
shall we try going to a voice channel? Maybe.
Notifying trailers. Doc reporting. Today's performance was
Taken care
nothing
of.
short of terrible. It almost feels wrong to say mission complete, but here we are. Rolling.
Let's just wait for Papaya to fix.
Okay. No, mic not working. It's E. What?
And we'll try the level one more time. Once Papaya fixes stuff. Blasted ghillie suit boy. Look, I told you, dude. He came around the corner, shot me with an AK, so I shot him 3 times up close with a
Ghillie
shotgun.
suit boy.
Man
Damn.
shouldn't have peeked around the corner like that. Just he scared me.
Have you been down to the garage yet?
Can you give me a prescription for no worky because his tummy hurts?
You can give prescriptions like that? Damn.
I mean, yeah, food poisoning.
I need some too. I don't want to go to work today. So waiting for Papaya, right? I'm gonna go pee if that's the case.
First, I'm gonna tie you up in a tree. Stop
Hello?
messing with the coffee fee.
This is my
Hello, it's
good
working.
friend.
It's working. It's working. Papaya, it's working.
Bruh.
This guy left after it worked.
Oh,
I think we're good now. Hello?
yeah.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Oh, thank God. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I only joined
It
the force
happens
about a
to
year
the best of us.
I don't
Yeah.
have the right to
My man, this pen doesn't even work.
It's not an easy place to work, this city.
It makes you feel better. Yesterday, told maybe for 30 minutes to myself because chat couldn't hear the Discord. So
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Zoinks14 asked me, which one better,
Maybe like
It's not the same if there's
Kindertoten
no
or
stuff,
the
you know?
Reese? Oh,
Yeah.
that's a classic toss-up. Kindertoten has that
Why,
iconic
Scum?
theater
Why,
vibe,
Discord?
teleporters, and is perfect
But
for
Discord
running
hates
loops
us.
with the thunder gun.
Yeah.
It's simpler but a fan favorite for its nostalgia.
True.
Dereza, on the other hand, introduced the
Derive was
Pack-a-Punch
better,
machine
Kino was-
teleporters.
What?
And had that gritty
Kino was
factory feel,
good,
which made for
what?
some
Kino was
epic high-round
goated,
Discord
man.
stuff
strategies.
because they're
For
making
pure
stupid changes.
nostalgia, Kino.
Yeah.
But for
recent
groundbreaking
news on
gameplay
Discord,
changes,
yeah.
Which one is the
Dereza
Rise?
steals the show.
I gotta look at that one again. It's been so long.
The Rise. Ain't that like the giant? Or no, that's not. Ain't that the
No,
giant?
that's Oh no, that's the World
Okay.
of War map, the research facility. Ooh, wait a minute. I don't know.
I've got a pee. Baby.
Yeah.
I mean, Kino is better. Derize.
Baby.
Okay, here's how I look at it. Kino was good, Black Ops,
In terms of like map, but for World at War, Darius was best.
Yeah. Yeah, the Rise was also good. But I think Kino got like the best. It's like the best out of World at War, and it just made it better for Black Ops. Oh, the moon map was the best one. You get to blow up the Earth, which is amazing.
The Earth.
The Earth. The E-Earth.
I ban coffee. Hey, mods, ban Coffee Cat. I'm kidding, don't.
What? But ban Frost.
Then unban coffee.
You see about the jet flashbanged? Oh my. You cannot flashbang when I'm already blind, you know. Can I let me out? Let me out. Let me out.
Can you what?
Can you let me out?
And you're a please.
Get trapped, Rose.
Let you out then what?
There's a papaya next to you.
Hi.
Look at my back and punch your eyes to blind here. I don't think the blindness works like that, mister.
Man.
How do you
Or
know?
missy.
Listen.
No, it's Mister.
Mr.
Ah,
Oh. Rose, you need eye drop. Your eyes are red.
papaya.
Your eyes are
No,
red.
no. Okay, I'll let you go. Stop it.
We're committing police brutality here. Oh, hello, Lucky. Hello, brother. Hello, stinky brother. What you doing, stinker?
It's Stinker, but
If you have not follow Chaotic Lucky yet, go and follow him. He's a big stinker. He plays lots of games. He's a Delulu, but he a funny gun.
I followed the Lulus.
Why? Gus don't shout me out. And you're Uncle speaking the embodiment of fucking stinkiness. I will put you on the fridge again. I'm gonna fucking bite your head off. There's ID. Oh my god. There we got the pretty papaya. There's the pretty papaya. I'm gonna put the pretty papaya on the head. There we go.
What?
I'm putting the pretty papaya on my head.
Okay, I'll get you brain rot. Don't worry. I'm like a parasite.
You can roast something that's not even there in the first place. Paya, pay for my dinner. It's 37.49 cents. What coffee said.
I thought you said the other funny number.
I'm gonna beat you up.
I didn't say it, but you know what?
I'm bad.
Are we ready?
Welcome
the-
back.
Paya's one of those inflatable pole toy things. Oh my god, coffee.
Not the
Yeah, we're just
inflatable.
waiting on a map.
This is dying early on. Don't make me curse you. I'll curse you so that your potato fries falls on the ground every single time you're trying to cook them.
Curse me, curse me.
No.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Fucking masochist.
What?
Make Paya into like those inflatable flamingo things. Oh my god.
What the heck? Not the flamingo things.
I just hope they add more maps. That will be interesting.
Lead, this is Talk. We've
I really
lost
hate
contact
every
with
single
the
map.
suspect, and
Especially
every
this
police have
motherfucking
placed
one.
Multiple traps throughout the premises. Exercise extreme
Okay,
caution.
I have a
Alright,
plan.
Rose. Where you
I
going,
have a
Rose?
fucking plan. I have a fucking plan.
Oh god.
Okay, I can shot fucking
We're
window.
following ya.
I'm following Rose. Alright, Rose. What's they're doing, Captain?
We go in and dying. Hey, Zoro, open the door. Push it.
Can I
I've got
open
2
it?
bombs.
Can I open it?
Next one.
Okay.
Okay,
Go
fine.
on.
Open it.
Provide support.
Well,
Careful. There might be a tango nearby.
Oh, from the 3rd floor.
Put your hands where I can see them!
Police, get down.
LSPD, get down!
Ellen, to the top.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
in here.
Shit.
Secure the area.
Ah, fuck.
Ah,
okay, who's
Proceed with mission.
who's fucking there on this? I'm gonna kill you.
wait, what?
I didn't do nothing.
Entry team, this is Talk. Thames notified. Dock to entry team. Notifying Thames.
Christy.
I wanted to grenade him. That's why.
Disabling.
Oh, wait, we did.
Get down and put
Hi, Kitty, how you doing? I'm playing this game and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Fucking Ross.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What the fuck? That
It's okay, you'll
reaction
learn,
is
unlike
funny.
papaya.
I thought it was a little glitch. I saw a little something, but I didn't know it was a wire.
Papaya dead.
Element, this is Talk. Proceed with mission.
Shit, we got an officer down.
Okay.
You guys clear basement?
We are now.
Disabling now.
Doc, be careful.
My God, Doc almost died there.
Yeah.
Notifying morgue.
Oh,
Almost is correct. My helmet's
This is
gone.
Talk. Oh, the media's gonna have a field day with today's performance. Mission complete. Make sure you cover your face on the ride home.
Someone died.
That's Rose.
wait. What do you mean that's me? How did I die? Because
that
I
was-
had the fucking the menu showing that we failed.
No, we.
No,
I threw a
passed.
nade at DOC.
Of course you did. Why am I
Doc.
so surprised?
Me.
Hiya.
That was funny.
How's your head feeling? It hurts.
Do you
Violet.
need ibuprofen?
Officer Peterson, please report to Captain.
What,
Do you need
ibuprofen?
ibuprofen?
I,
Report to Captain.
Ibuprofen?
you be
Hey,
broken,
I'm
bro.
gonna ibuprofen you.
Bro, you profan?
You ID
I'm gonna ibuprofen you.
That's crazy.
What?
Ibuprofen. Ibuprofen.
I still have no clue what that means.
Ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen.
What, the ibuprofen meme? It's from a animator who creates like these stupid shorts, and that's where it came from. Doc, are you ready or not?
So it has no meaning.
Not
Just
really,
like-
no. It's just
What do you
funny.
mean? What do
It
you
had-
mean?
It had
Ibuprofen is used for fucking pain.
Yeah.
Oh, Oki got it.
yeah. Uncultured potato swine. Oh my god.
Rosego yan shopping now sholejo pink yan. Pink, pink,
He, I
pink,
know
pink.
it's a medicine. I meant the meme.
Ah,
Yeah, it's nothing. I mean, you have to see it to like kind of get the idea of where it came from, and then just kind of just got stuck with everybody. Oh, this mission makes me sad.
Oh.
Hi. How's it going?
Alright, shotgun's over. 10 for the MP5, 10 millimeter.
Come here often.
I'm coming here often.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm coming here often.
What?
Oh, well, that's good to know. You know what? That's good to know.
There's no
Papaya
one that's
asked
like
me
technical
if I'm
standards.
coming here often. So I'm saying
Use
I told
300
Papaya I'm
blackout
coming
now.
here often.
Oh, you're right, dude.
Oh,
Hang on.
you're
I'll
so
switch to that
right.
right now then.
That was
Which weapon uses the 300 blackout? Oh, this one here.
my. Yeah.
I
because my
also
red
come in
was
here
top
often.
tier, right?
Nice. Oh, the other store is closed. Never mind. I guess it's time to be sad. No. No. No sad coffee. Papaya, go to a yarn store and bring out the yarn.
But- But they're closed now. They're closed.
Yeah,
Go.
they are. I'll give this one a go.
They're closed. I
Break
can't
in.
buy.
Do combat grip.
Can't buy no yarn.
It's so amazing.
Laser pointer. Holographic. Oh, there we go.
Who's not ready? Let me guess. The Stinger girl.
What?
That's
What?
crazy.
What?
I can't believe it.
What was was that ding ding in the background? That was such perfect timing. It was like, let me guess. It's Stinger Girl.
Well, you weren't
Ding,
wrong.
ding.
Oh my god, bro.
It's okay, guys. I got this. I'll lead this time properly. We'll just upload.
Yeah.
Watch.
You gotta carry us.
Bro,
Yeah.
can
Yeah,
I
I'll
be
follow
second in
you again.
command? Can I be
Yeah, we'll
second
follow
in
you
command?
again.
Can I be second in command? If
They
you
got
die.
me.
Yeah, if you die, I could be
You can
second in
command the roaches.
What?
Come
Damn,
on,
that's
I can lead
crazy.
the team. I can lead the
Even Frost said no, and he's not even here.
team. I could be a good team. Watch.
I almost said something
Exercise
else.
extreme caution. Suspects are barricaded and
You
they have
can't
No.
even leave your shit to the toilet, let alone
Watch your
people.
step.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Damn.
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 I'll shoot him.
Alright. Got this.
Oh, this one's going with dog. I got the shield dog if you need it.
You know,
Get the
Cap,
fuck there.
you know, leader, you know
Careful
they're
of
traps.
bombs.
Restrain him. Ah, okay.
Ooh.
They're bombed in the map. Civilian is cooked and good to go. Leader, hey leader.
There's nothing there.
Leader.
Oh my gosh, I heard you the first fucking time.
Ah!
You broken record.
I should like saying your name, leader. I opened this.
Police, hands up! LSPD, don't move! Hands in the air! Police, don't move! Get down and put your hands up!
Entry team, stop violating your ROE.
What? Oh, why are you killing civvies?
I thought you had a gun.
Talk to lead. Clean house, we'll take them out.
Apa yang udah jadi kira one thing?
LSPD, get down!
I thought you was a bad guy.
Hands up!
Talk. Proceed with mission.
Police, get down!
Ah, yeah.
I'll get this.
That room might be trapped. That room might be trapped.
This room?
No.
No, I'm not.
Suspect is incapacitated. Heard any word?
Make
No,
them
it's
stable
not.
and proceed with mission.
Something ready.
Oh, not trapped.
Entry team to talk. Civilian good to go.
Send them.
Damn.
Suspect cuffed and secure.
I see why you like this gun.
Entry team to talk. Suspect is down and in need of a trailer dog standing by.
Just let me go.
Disabling the device. I got this.
Good to go. This is Talk. Move on. Talk here. Secure it and keep going.
Hands up! Don't move! Put your hands up now! Don't run! Wherever you are, get down slowly!
Bruh, it was running.
Put your hands where I can see them!
If I can get him.
We're with the police. Hey, hold on. Good to go. Doc, civilian
Lead,
is
this is
secure.
Talk. Proceed with mission. This is Talk. Proceed with your mission.
Police, show me your hands. LSPD!
Talk reporting. EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Zipped up and good to go.
Oh, hey guys.
I'm so fucking scared.
There's a gun here. Oh, also they could
Rose is
hide on
here.
they could hide
Oh,
on
okay.
Police,
yes.
hands up!
Oh!
LSPD, don't move! Hands in the air!
I'm dead. I got shot.
Rose. you gotta peek doors, man, to see if there's traps. That could have killed us both.
Element. Make them stable and proceed with mission.
Oh good lord.
LSPD, don't move! Police, don't move!
Oh.
You gonna let me go? Get down and put your hands up!
There's a
Rose.
gun here. I can't pick it up. Can someone check?
Yeah.
Look in here.
1203.
Daggerman, keep moving.
Can't get the gun, so I need.
Entry team, this is Talk. Medical assistance is standing by.
They're good.
What are you doing? Thank you for the alert. You take.
He's become my main weapon of terror
Oh,
in this game.
Rose.
Okay.
Well, we warned you.
What do you mean? Sort of a
Continue with your mission.
Well, I warned you about Zoro too.
Can't get
Gotta
the
stay on
gun
your
on that
toes.
room. There's a pistol.
For my own fucking teammates. Okay.
Also, we're done. The last gun is bugged.
Where's the last gun? Maybe one of us can try and grab it.
I already got
Yeah.
the sniper
I
rifle.
can't get the 1203 one. The one in 1203.
Do not move!
Put your hands where I can see them. Get out of here.
In 1203?
I have to get out of here.
Here.
Oh, yeah, that's a little weird.
Can't get it, so. Can you try and get it?
Oh, hang on. I fucking had it. Just doing the animation and I stopped myself. It's a weird angle.
Is
Well, what
Oki,
do-
we don't need it.
Oh, he
LSPD, get down!
We
How
want
about you blow
it.
it up?
You can't.
Ow! Fuck you, Zoro.
I know what they want.
I'll give it coffee. I woke up and no water the plantero.
Situation is diffused.
Okay.
No further threats.
Drink a little bit of water.
Fuck you, Zoro.
Oh my goodness, bro.
You can have it coffee. You can have it coffee. Pee.
Damn, 3 civilians. God damn.
My bad. I killed all 3.
I wonder who did it.
But I shot one in the pee-pee. They would have been alive.
What?
Force with 3. I mean, you can still get unauthorized use of force for guys with guns too, which is oddly weird. That guy's not dropping his gun. I don't care what you say.
Chief Alvarez, please call 4342. Chief Alvarez, 4342.
Alright.
I'd like to talk to you.
Think that
Swing by my desk when you have a chance.
tired.
Oh.
You're gonna eat
No.
your papaya?
Do you have work tomorrow?
Yeah, I got work tomorrow too.
Fuck.
Yeah. But thank you guys again for the fun game and for the invite. So,
Thank you for the fun game, papaya.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
thank you
nice
guys.
to have your goodness around again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was a good
Yeah,
time.
yeah, sorry for like ending early for me, but I have to rest.
That's
Just-
fine.
No, you're fine, dude.
That's
Your health
okay.
is priority.
Yeah.
It was
that's
fun
true.
and you're good.
Okay. All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
He's gone. Nope, he's gone.
Hello, fishy. What's up, fishy?
Oh. Bless you.
Thank you. Good night,
Good night,
papaya. See you.
papaya.
Night, papaya.
Good night, papayo.
Oh, my energy is tanking. I feel it.
Oh my god. I could go one last game and I
Is Lyra
for the
free?
day.
Is Lyra free? I think she's in her meeting right now, but I can ask.
Officer Michaels, please call desk. Officer Michaels, please call desk.
I mean, to be fair, Natch did. Has
Oh,
been
Nachi
sleeping
said
for
would be.
5 hours. So.
Oh, Nachi. Did you say it would be your last one, Nachi?
Yeah, just one last round and yeah. I could
Papaya
call
Bot
it.
asked me why Zorro smell like poop. Oh, you know that cheeky,
Oh, yeah,
stinky
Lyra's in the
potato
meeting.
fox,
Yeah.
Zorro.
Cheeky stinky
Always up
potato.
to some mischief.
Well, I
Getting
mean,
into all
would that
sorts
be
of
the last one for
adventures that
everybody then,
leave
I
him
guess?
smelling like, well, something else.
Or, I
Maybe
mean, we
he's
can
been
still
rolling
play
around
League
in
of
some
Legends,
suspicious
Sure.
places, or just being
If you guys
his
want to, please.
usual silly fox self.
We're gonna be my last.
Don't worry,
main this
a
game.
little soap and water
We
might
can
help
play
him
more if
out.
Rose wants to.
A little soap and water can clean the
I
Zorro.
think Rose
No,
said it
that's
would be
not
your
true.
last one also.
Dropping a
Yeah.
light. Chem light.
Ugh.
Light stick out.
Okay.
What the fuck?
What the fuck, man?
Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burp. Everyone leaving because
stinks.
Zara to be stinky. Yeah, true. That's true. That's true. Pea smelling fox. Stinky.
Smelling box. Your nose is broken.
Refusing to clear to
Get
move
it
in.
Did you
fixed.
see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with
Love,
some
thank you for the
Kirkland
hydrate.
Signature Purified
Purified
Water using
Oh,
code
Rose, you wanna
NDMU.
take charge again?
Oh my god, thank you for the hydrate, love.
Yee.
Again.
And as
Rose is the captain.
oh my god. We wait for the rose.
Do y'all have like gunfire reborn?
Empire Reborn. Not installed.
Police, get back! You have no way out.
I don't have it, but I can if you want to play.
Yeah. Whoops.
What the fuck are those noises?
Put it on the floor. Put it down.
Watch yourselves.
My god, why are we hitting each other?
LSPD, get down!
Yep.
LSPD, don't move! Put your hands up!
What the fuck, you were in the ditch? Man.
They pretend sometimes. Always double tap.
Entry team to talk.
suspect down. Bring it.
Leads, this is Todd. Notifying Thames.
Drop it.
Oh, what the fuck? Who's that? Hey, 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 hey! Pull the fuck out! Look with your eyes, god damn it!
Rose, that's done.
I noticed some legs and you were bulky like a fucking NPC.
Police, hands up! Don't run! Do not move!
He wasn't even showing the name.
To be fair, your name and highlights are bold.
Suspect is down.
LSPD, don't move!
I don't know why.
Suspect cuffed and secured.
Civilian ready to go.
Let me go.
Doc, civilian ready for
Doc,
transport.
We're ready.
Suspect ready to go.
Police, get down!
Ellen,
I
Tom,
could say.
civilian is
Doc to
hit.
lead. Proceed
Cuffed
with
and ready.
mission.
Might as well just do it myself.
Put your hands where I can see them! LSPD! Hands up! Hands in the air!
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Hands up! Police, hands
Oh
up!
god. Why is everyone looking at area killing my friends?
There's none here.
Yeah.
I am upstairs, I am up here. I heard that grenade.
LSPD, get
Officer
down!
standing by.
LSPD, don't put your hands up now!
Go to hell.
Stay calm for me, all right?
Did you see any more of them?
Civilian ready to go.
Good to go!
Bootlicker.
Doc, Xavier's
Doc
ready.
here. We're ready for him.
Police, hands
Oh
up!
my goodness.
Don't run! Do not move!
Run or reach for anything.
Get down and put your hands up!
Element to talk.
Show us the front and back!
Proceed with your
Police,
mission.
show me your hands! Get
I
down
know.
slowly!
Amen. Almost blew on blue.
Upstairs?
I did. I
Done
almost
already?
shot back. I almost shot back.
Oh my god, I almost shot you, man.
Look at this guy. He's
What
like
the
stuck into wall
fuck,
with
dude?
the head wall.
What the fuck, man?
Look at it, look
What
at it.
the fuck?
Oh, he is like in the wall. What the fuck?
What?
Place is a mess.
Police, get down!
Also, there's a runner.
Relevant. Notifying trailers.
What?
Well, Brought the Chaos is done, so it's just civvies.
Doc reporting. EMTs and trailers are standing
Put your
by.
hands where I can see them! LSPD! Hands up! Don't move!
Dicks with salt and vinegar.
Oh my god.
Huh?
That's a sentence.
What the fuck? That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's the name of the that's the
The
name of
chip.
the chips. Yeah. Bruh.
Oh my god.
That's so funny the way you said that.
I sure do love dicks.
What?
That's
That's absolutely crazy, man. It's wild. Fucking wild, man.
Hands up! Police, hands up! Police, don't move! LSPD, get down! LSPD, don't move!
What are we
Oh,
searching
wait. Right. we Civi got killed.
So what are we missing? Just the weapons and stuff, I guess? Or
think
the
the
reporting
weapon,
of
yeah,
the... Just reporting
I don't think
stuff.
there's any soft missions on this one, it's just weapons. Oh, what the fuck?
What?
Whoever's walked past, there was a dude like running behind you. Yeah.
Also, Rose, did you turn on gun highlights?
Doc to entry.
No.
Notifying trailers.
It's in
Ah!
the setting,
Fuck you.
under accessibility.
It helps you see drop guns.
Idiots can't do anything.
Maybe.
Can I shoot him? Whoa, what the?
Hey, Nachi.
Hello?
What?
Did you hear what the NPC said?
No.
Nah.
Entry team, let's talk.
I'm really tempted to just shoot this guy in the head.
What did it say,
What?
Zoro? I didn't hear
What
it.
did he say? I didn't hear it.
She called you an idiot.
No, it was calling you the idiot.
Why, we failed?
No, we still passed. We just got a bad grade. Yeah, we can still pass and get a bad grade. It's possible.
Shoot.
Friendly fire. Man, I wonder how that happened.
Look,
That was funny.
in my defense, I could only see your feet, your legs, and you were walking on the stairs like a fucking NPC, and your leg wasn't showing up. Okay, okay.
Just say I'm an NPC next time, then. Oh my god.
Report to staff training. Officer Barnes, staff training.
You cannot blame me. I don't. You were freaking.
Dropping a line.
I almost shot you thinking you were some guy just pinning me in the feet. I was gonna be like, this motherfucker's gonna die. And then I saw your like armor color and I was like, never mind. it's a friendly. I was getting like so bent because I was like, who the fuck's hitting me down right now, man? It's like
You want to
my
hear
head was
something
gonna
funny, Doc?
die. Like, this guy's gonna die. What's up, man? I mean, to be fair, I should have explained where I was, so that's my fault too. But still.
Okay, that's it for me.
I saw it was you, but I joined in because it was funny.
You
Oh,
bitch.
Oh, you. Damn, that's good.
Oh, you bitch. I was kidding.
Does it
It was.
And I was gonna act like I didn't know after you died.
just that TPS of just Rose. How could you kill Doc?
Alright, fine. One more.
One more.
If you guys want to still play, you can continue. I'm gonna hop off. I need eat. I only had 3 hours.
Let's
of
do the
sleep,
dollhouse.
So yeah.
The
Oh yeah, you could turn Rose on the dollhouse. Yeah.
Alright, yeah. We'll
I
do
need
that.
Well,
sleep.
Nachi.
Yeah,
Sleep well,
thankies,
Nachi.
thankies for joining. It was fun. Thank you.
Sleep well, Nachi.
Yeah, you're gonna sleep well later to Zoro. Fuck you. Okay, bye bye.
Bye.
Fuck you, I will.
Fuck you, I will.
No, fuck you. Okay, bye bye, bye bye. Have fun.
What?
Alright. Let me do a little bit of yappy yappy, and also I will go out of the collab thingamajiggy. Oh, not the starting. So yeah, again, sorry for the big scuff of the stream. I will have to fix my. Oh. I guess I'm not gonna end the the collab because, I mean, oh well, if I once I raid out, they're gonna once I end stream, the thing will end anyway, so I'll just end the collaboration. I'll just let them know. Uh, shit. Oh fuck. Okay. I informed them that I ended the stuff. So that's there, and then I go here. Okay. Okay. We're reading Yuki. Yes. If she's still live, is she still live? Is she still gonna stream more? If yes, we're gonna raid her. Wait, let me check. Okay, we're gonna raid the Yugalala. Okay, we're gonna raid the Yugalala. Suck. Nice one. So that's like, if you all fuck you, but thanks for having fun. No. Fuck you, Zaro. Thanks for having
Did you see that, Nachi?
I know
It's
it
time
was
to
fun.
hydrate with some
Sorry if I'm low energy already.
purified water using code NDMO.
I'll hydrate a bit later, Cosmic, before I raid out. Hope you tell me get less stress. It was. It was fun. It was fun. Thank you, Zaro. Have a good weekend and good rest of your weekday soon. Also to Doc and to Rose and to Papaya, thank you for indulging me in this request. I was the one who requested for the Ready or Not collab, and here I am, the one who did first. So yeah, I can't take it anymore. Like, I'm too low energy. I believe I'm not contributing much to the fun anymore. So I'm like, yeah, I might be too drained. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Hello. Thank you for the follow, coffee. Gotta be ready for the next weekend. Yes. Oh, next collab would be. Hold on. Where's my Excel stuff? Where's my scheduling? The next schedule would be on February 18th, which is on Thursday. We're gonna have a party animals. We're gonna punch each other. It was Papaya that invited me, so it would be me, Papaya, Snackbat, and Zoro for now. I think it would be increased over time. I don't know who is it. In PH time, no, that's in America time. In PH time, that is on February 9th, 19th, Thursday of 8 a.m. The same time where I started this collab, so 8 a.m. In my end, that's like 7 p.m. for those in EST of February 18th. February 18th, 7 p.m. EST. February 18th, 4 p.m. PST. And for those in Europe, that's gonna be February 19th, 1 a.m. CEST. Yeah, for Europe. In Philippines, that's 8 a.m. Okay. Yep. So, that's the next collab. And then after that, the next day after that would be the Left 4 Dead 2, which is February 20th on my time and February 19th for the others. No, sorry, no. Baby. Also, I will try to fix and like improve the mic again. I don't know if it's better than what I had before. I feel like it's the previous one was better. So I'll have to find the setting I did for that, and then to use that again. And then again, what else? Yeah, I'm not sure if there's gonna be a 7 days to die again on the next weekend, but I might be going out. No, the 23rd is I have an office time, so I won't have. Yeah, so the 21 and 21st and 22nd of February. I'm not sure if I have something scheduled, but I'll just let you know. So far, so the next stream would be on Thursday on my end. That's gonna be Wednesday on everyone's. So I will no stream tomorrow and the next day. That's the usual day that I'm very busy at work. So that's why. And also I'm lacking sleep. That's why I'm very EP now. That's it. Thank you everyone. We'll be reading to Yuki. Please behave. Yuki is yes. Also lower your volume when you go there. Lower the volume of Yuki, okay? I warned you. Okay? And behave there, okay? Mawafu, adorable. Very adorable, okay? Be sending her the love. That's it. I'll see you on the next stream. I will update if in case there's gonna be a cancellation, but I have a collab that's the day I will stream. Wow. Okay. You guys behave, okay? Behave. Behave on the ukulele, okay? Ow! My back. Ow. It was fun. Again. I love y'all. It was fun. I hope we could have more fun moments together. I really appreciate it. And yeah. Keep the good vibes coming. Good night, everyone. Goodbye. Okay, stay hydrated. Sleep well. To those that are about to sleep and those that are about to start their day. Good luck on your Monday. Okay? Bye bye. My coffee. Bye. Bye bye. It was fun. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Mwah. Oh shit, we have a raid message. I forgot.